The soul yearns for honor, and the flesh the hereafter. Look to those who walked before, to lead those who walk after. Shining is the land's light of justice. Ever flows the land's well of purpose. Walk free, walk free, walk free. Believe the lamb's alive, so believe.
Well, welcome back. I hope you're having a good day, good evening, afternoon, wherever you are. Let's get back into 14, shall we? Played a little bit of stream as well. After raid on Friday, I obviously wasn't able to play yesterday. I had work, so today I did the dailies that I wasn't able to do yesterday. But I definitely want to continue with the Rolequests today. So that's the plan for now. I want to continue the tank Rolequest. I want to start the melee Rolequest, which is possible because I brought my samurai to 85. So that's going to be an interesting thing. And if there's still time, I mean, I obviously need to do the dailies as well. If there's still time, I'm also going to unlock Reaper, because I really want to do that. But that takes time, obviously, right? Figuring out the different skills and stuff. Let's see if I can do that before raid. Raid's going to be in about 4 hours. And hopefully we're going to kill P3S tonight. I mean, we're pretty much at the last mechanic, at the firestorms. So, you know, if we can get through that with everybody alive, I'm fairly confident that we're able to kill it. But, yeah, we'll see. That's definitely going to be interesting. So, there's 4 hours before that where I can do Rolequests and the dailies. So let's get into it, shall we? First thing, as always, though, is I'm going to take a look at my retainers here. Probably sold a few things. I don't know if I want to sell this map this time. I maybe want to keep 1 or 2, just in case we're actually going to do some maps. You never know, right? Sometimes people want to do them. I actually really like doing maps. It's just sometimes kind of hard to get people for them. That was actually quite a lot. Wait, so this is AIM. Got 10 AIM on the market already. Command is still on the market as well. They fell in price quite a bit. Let's do 990. For 10, right? Wait, these are the same. Yeah. Let's keep the last 9 for now. And what did I sell here? Oh, probably the new, yeah. I probably want to buy more of the new stuff like a chemical abrasive and stuff. What did I sell? So the charcoal's still on market, alright. Let me put this. Oh, I can't. Why is there so many stuff in my Chocobo setback, actually? That's the Heidelin weapon chest, right? I mean, I could just put these in my inventory right now. Whatever. I'll just keep it in my inventory for now. Let's just put it down here somewhere. And there was one other thing that I just... Oh, right. These ones. Let me actually... Since I'm in my house right now, let me store the tiger screens that I got from the Heaven's Turn event. Just so they don't fill up my inventory. Okay. Then let's go to Rotzatan. Which is good because I can start the melee role quest right now. And for the tank role quest, I need to get back to Gridania. So what we learned last time with the tank role quest was quite interesting. So apparently, whoever the blasphemy is, or whatever it is in Gridania, is causing something that was known as a death plague. Back in the day, I actually wanted to read up on that. I didn't do that, unfortunately, but I have to do that at some point. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that that was mentioned at some point. Somewhere. I have a feeling that that we know quite a lot about what happened with a death plague in Gridania at some point. The important bit here, though, is that the role quest suggests that the blasphemy that is currently terrorizing the people and the inhabitants of Gridania is also causing a form of that particular plague. Not the actual one, though, because the one person that we managed to find that was apparently attacked by the blasphemy had the same symptoms with this affliction, but the medicine that apparently was helpful back in the day didn't help them at all. So there is definitely a difference in terms of how they work. It's just that the symptoms are the same, and apparently it causes chain-like patterns on the body. And, well, the person that we found that was afflicted by it actually died a pretty horrible death. With their body, I mean, the description was pretty horrific, actually, with their body sort of writhing in pain, and then, well, they died eventually, right? So that's quite something. Wait, I sold these ones, right? Yeah. Let me get these as well, then. Yeah, so that's, that is something. Where's the summoning bell? Okay. Sell this to... they're sometimes going up in price again, that is interesting. 1039. Still worth quite a lot. I would say that these are actually worth more than their equivalent things in Shadowbringers were at the start. Okay. Now, let me get onto my samurai here. I always need to double check where this actually is. And let's check out the melee role quest as well. I'm gonna be mixing those just a little bit because I'm also leveling Samurai at the moment, right? So it just makes sense. And then the healer one's still left. So my white mage is currently 81. Yeah, I'll need to see how I'm doing that. So technically I could level Paladin and White Mage through dungeons. Since we have raid today, that's not going to be possible today. Maybe I'll actually do that tomorrow or something. I need to think a bit about that. What I actually want to do in terms of leveling my jobs. Because I want to get through these role quests. Not only because I want to know what they're about and what kind of stories there are in them, but also that just means that I can then just level the other jobs without thinking about them, right? And I know that's kind of overkill, right? I mean, they don't give so much experience that you technically had to do them while you level, right? I could just level everything to 90 and then do the role quest or something. I could just do the healer role quest on my scholar, for example. But since they do give experience, why not, you know, do it while you're leveling? Storm Clouds Brewing. Alright, so this is going to be Limsa, and then the one that I'm still missing, the healer one, is going to be in Alamigo, apparently. And Ulda. Interesting. On behalf of Admiral Blofriswin, I thank you for your many deeds in service to Limsa Laminsa. On behalf of my people, I thank you for your efforts in delivering this star from catastrophe. Unfortunately, we have received troubling tidings that beasts akin to those that plagued Ratzat-Han have been sighted on the Landosian coast. The Admiral has mustered the Maelstrom in hopes of quelling the threat. Yet there is much we do not understand about our foe, and as such, your expertise in this arena would be a great boon to us. Will you help us? Of course. Will do all that I can. Excellent. The Admiral will be heartened to have your knowledge and martial prowess on our side, I'm certain. Pray set sail for Limsa as soon as you're able. The Secretariat at Maelstrom Command will apprise you of the details upon your arrival. I mean, I won't be sailing there. Who's sailing? One thing that I actually don't know is whether or not they already implemented a quest that follows up if you've done all the role quests. I think. Now, I'm not entirely sure about that. So there's definitely a couple of quests that they implemented in Shadowbringers way later, right? Which is mainly the quests when you brought Uno Kahai back from the Rising Stones and actually talked to him and brought him over to the First, so that they were able to, come up with a plan to actually help the 13th Shard, which at some point I guess that's also going to be still a theme that will come up back at some point. I mean, it has to, right? But I don't know whether or not there was a quest that was implemented in 5.0 already when you did all the role quests. I think there actually was. I think the first quest after the role quests was already implemented. It's just that everything else after that got added later. But I'm not entirely sure. And I think they said something along the lines of there's going to be some other quests added in 6.1. So it might not be in yet. I mean, we'll see as soon as I'm through the role quests. But it's not that I really care. I mean, if they're going to implement it at some point, then that's fine to me. Wait a second, why is there a person here? Why does he have triple tricard? Or she, I guess. It's a she. What? When did they add triple tricards here? I guess that's just an NPC that I never defeated? Yeah, I already have the cards. I was wondering about that, because for the achievement, there's one new achievement, right, where you need to defeat, I think it's 107 individual NPCs in Triple Triad. And for some reason, I was missing 5 of them. So apparently, I never fought this NPC. Interesting. Let's see if we can win. I mean, at least in this case, I only have to win, right? Easy. Okay. Yeah, I guess I never... Let me actually check that. Where is that? It should be under... I guess... no, that's... It's so weirdly... it's not under items, it's under character and then gold saucer. Let me see, I'm missing... So obviously I don't have all the new cards. I'm missing 11 to get this one. But then there is these ones with the unique NPCs, and I'm pretty sure that I defeated all the new ones already. So I'm missing 4 old NPCs, and apparently, well, this was one of them. For some reason, I never did that. Interesting. I'm not missing something else in Limsa though, right? Well, back to the thing that I was here for originally. That was interesting. I never noticed that. Ah, our man in Ratzatan told us to expect you. I'll inform the Admiral of your arrival. Let's see what this blasphemy is about then. Glad you could join us. I only wish it were under better circumstances. The grave news from the bounty has not escaped our ears. I can scarce begin to imagine the horrors you've witnessed there. Although you and the Scions have averted the final days, blasphemies continue to appear in certain regions, Vilbrand among them. Tell them what we know. The first report came a few days ago from one of our men patrolling Skull Valley. He spoke of a fearsome creature unlike any native to our shores. While we had our suspicions, it was only later that a connection to the final days was confirmed by a most unlikely source, the Sahagin. We've been treating their tempered for some time now, and many have made a full recovery. Owing to this, some factions are eager to improve diplomatic relations with Limsa. It is one such faction that has provided the most comprehensive reports in all their alarming detail. They speak of a most dreadful sight, their swan brothers transforming into horrific beasts before their very eyes. Indeed, it is far too similar to the incidents in Ratzatan to be mere coincidence. If our assumptions are correct, the first and most formidable of these beasts, a blasphemy, as it was decided we would call them, prowls our waters as we speak. We may have been spared the final days, but so long as this abomination remains to harry us, we cannot truly say the storm is past. Fortunately, there have been no sightings of the blasphemy within the city. Nevertheless, if we are to spare our people the horror that befell Ratzatan, the fiend must be dealt with, and quickly. Despite our investigative efforts, we remain very much in the dark as to the precise nature of the threat we face. Were we to recklessly dispatch large numbers of troops, we'd run the risk of having our own men corrupted. You can well imagine the carnage that would ensue. As such, Admiral Blofuswin has decided to keep those involved to a minimum and lead the investigation herself. And I would have you at my side. What say you? Of course. So that's interesting. Apparently the blasphemy, at least it sounds like it's a beast from the Sahagin? So from a beast tribe, not a person in this case? You have my thanks. We will depart at once to meet with our Sahakin allies and gather what knowledge we can that we might devise a proper plan of attack. They are due to arrive at South Tide Gate soon. I'll go on ahead and wait for you there. Interesting. The Admiral has arranged for a meeting to take place with our Sahakin collaborators at South Tide Gate. Pray join her there as soon as you're able. I have absolutely no clue where South Tide Gate is, to be honest. It's not in Limsa, right? I guess that's, at the Sahagin place? Probably? Let me actually check that on the map. Yeah. Ah, right, these two gates were called North and South Tide Gate, I guess. Okay. Haven't been there in quite a while, I have to admit. I mean, then again, the beast in Ishgard was a clone, actually, not a real person, so we do have very different beasts, I guess, that get transformed out of different reasons, for different reasons. Wait a second, so yeah, that's the one in Ishgard, and this is the one in Limsa, the one in... I forgot about the ranged one. I already did the ranged role quest as well. Wait, what was the ranged one again? Am I dumb? Actually, oh, right, the ranged one was the Authard one in the Far East. And that questline wasn't so much about the blasphemy as it was about the Domans dealing with a couple of things that were left unsaid sort of after Yugiri wasn't their viceroy anymore. Yeah, the person that transformed there was an actual person. She was the daughter of the other lady that pretended to be, that she could speak to the dead. Right. Was a very good role quest. I think I said that last time. I thought the Ishgard one obviously was pretty good because it dealt with a lot of things that still needed to be dealt with in Ishgard. But that was a very sort of political one, I felt like, right? It was very much about the politics of Ishgard, about how they're going to deal with that moving forward, especially about what kind of role the church will play moving forward in Ishgard. And that was very interesting from that perspective, but I felt like the Doman one was a bit more interesting because it was more about Yugiri. Did I say Yugiri before? Yeah, I said Yugiri, right? Right? Not, right. Right. I meant Yotsuyu. The quest was about Yugiri, in part at least. It was definitely a more personal one than the Ishgard quest. So, really looking forward to seeing how these turn out here. It's well past our agreed-upon meeting time, but the Saiyajin are nowhere to be seen. They did not seem the sorts to break their word. This bodes ill. Let us leave this place to the guards and search Halfstone for any sign of them. Sure. I always like that these gates actually move. I wish they would actually implement more things like that, because it makes the place just seem more real, right? If the gate's actually closed, for the most part. What is this? Null is in danger. Quickly, to his aid. What? Who's Null? Should I know who that is? Bye-bye. Wait, you have 2 charges of this now, right? How does that work? That's a cooldown to... Oh. Ah, interesting, interesting. When did I actually get that? Wait a second. Traits... It's this one, right? Enhanced Subamagaeshi allows the accumulation of charges for consecutive uses. So that means that you don't have to line up everything properly, right? You can just use it a second time after casting Midare. Interesting. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Then again, it's still probably not that easy to bring that under raid buffs, I'd imagine. But Samurai is a very interesting job to me. I've always liked Samurai from the very beginning when it was released in Stormblood. I thought that it was a very fun class, and they just improved on it so much over the years. It's really, really good. Many thanks, Shorewalker. Pray tell, is my companion safe? The Admiral herself comes to our aid. Glad tidings indeed. You too have my boundless gratitude for saving my life. Let us quit this place before those beasts return. They always had a very interesting way of speaking. See what's going on here. Everyone's still alive. Good. But not if we stay out here too long. Inside, quickly. Aren't there spawn grounds where the Beast Tribe quests were still out there, though? So... Thank you, my friends. Those ghastly beasts would have made short work of us had you not intervened. And yet, it brought me no joy to watch them die. For, unbelievable as it may sound, until a short time ago, they were none other than our very own spawn brothers. At first, we thought them merely cursed, but our talismans and magics availed us not. Aye, 'twas no curse. 'Twas an evil like no other, innocent souls transformed against their will into unholy beasts called blasphemies. Blasphemies? Pray tell us more. That would be your area of expertise. Turned into beasts by the power of despair. This is horrifying indeed. Thus far the phenomenon here in Lenosha has been limited to the Sahagin. Why is that? I cannot say. I wonder if the crushing tide are involved in some way. I know naught of this crushing tide. Word of them has yet to reach you, I see. It all began when the Indigo Matriarch, the queen of our kind, was stricken with a grave malady. Tragic as this was, there was one small solace. She was not fond of shorewalkers, and so deprived of her leadership, more of my kind came to see the wisdom in making peace with Limsa. There remain, of course, those who would oppose our cause. They formed a group they called the Crushing Tide. Even now they seek to summon the Lord of the World anew, and consign all finless ones unto the briny deep. However, they lack the crystals necessary to do so. Denied the power they crave, they can do naught but gnash their teeth in desperation. And you suspect these feelings of helplessness are the cause of their transformations? Just so. Those of our spawn brothers who turned into those beasts had been fraternizing with the crashing tide. Despite our differences, we cannot abandon our kin to such a cruel fate. But we must be careful not to drive them to still deeper despair. Yes, we must consider this situation carefully, lest we bring destruction upon all our kind. Tell me this, are the crushing tide even now under Leviathan's thrall? If freed from their drowned state, might they not listen to reason? Were it only so simple. All but a few are long since cured. They walk this path of their own free will. In that case, they may yet be dissuaded from their present course. For the sake of our nascent alliance, we will do all we can to save your brethren. Fortunately, a most capable ally stands with us, for this man has bested many a formidable foe, including Leviathan. The grey dew in the flesh. Honored am I to stand in your presence. Together, we will weather the storm and usher in a new age of harmony. This I swear. There is much to be done. For now, let us return to our homes and prepare as best we can for the trials ahead. Should we discover aught of value, we'll be sure to share it with you. I ask that you do the same. Indeed we shall. Till such time, I'll watch over my spawn brothers and pray that no more succumb to the change. I do like how different these quests start, right? Didn't actually expect this to be about the Beast tribe. Interesting. Goblins are so long. I have a feeling the servers are a bit slow today. Just a hunch. Because sometimes, you know, when you're pressing menus like this, teleport menu for example, for some reason, or your inventory as well. Although that's more respondent now. Sometimes you get like a slight delay on opening those windows, and that sometimes tells you that the server is having a bit of an issue. Not really an issue, but, you know, sometimes there's just I guess, a bit of a higher initial ping, or whatever you want to call it. Heaven's Turn decorations always look very, very good. It's almost a shame that the events are so short, right? I mean, I said that a couple of times as well. I just, you know, the especially the Christmas event, I feel like should stay around longer, or at least the weather and everything else that it brings should stay around longer. I don't know. Welcome back. Thanks to you, Null, I now possess a proper understanding of the challenge we face. It is a daunting task that lies before us. We'll continue to cooperate with the Sargin to learn all we can. Once we have located the blasphemy, I will have need of your strength. Till then, I ask that you remain at the ready. Clearly, the storm clouds have only begun to gather. Alright. First quest done! And for the second one I need to do the dailies. But before I'll do that, we'll continue with the quest that I can already do. The tank role quest, which is in Britannia. So we did the level 85 quest, right? I'm 87 now, so I should be able to do 2 today. And then I hope through the dailies that I'll be able to reach level 86 on Samurai. So we might be able to do that quest as well then. Or alternatively, I could also just level Paladin to 90 and finish that quest. Might be an idea as well. We'll see. Let's see how this quest turns out, actually. To give voice. We have followed up every report concerning Gleipnir, even those that Baggot believe. The most promising suggests the blasphemy is currently stalking the South Shroud. We are to proceed there at once, for there is no telling when it might strike again. The Elder Tsitsia is already en route to Roots Lake. Let us not keep her waiting. Okay. That's here, right? Right? Not in Quarry Mill. Roots Lake, I think, should be in the area in the south of this region? Maybe? Well, almost. No triple try duel here, huh? So I recently learned that apparently the Omega Mount was still pretty challenging to get in Shadowbringers. Interesting. And now it's apparently a lot easier to get them before, but... Greetings. As luck would have it, my sister Araya O frequents Camp Tranquil. We would do well to meet with her first, for she may have knowledge of this threat that can aid us in our search. What's he doing? I was wondering, wait, why is that NPC moving? But yeah, they actually do attack monsters that venture too close to the settlements, which is kind of funny. Interesting that they implement the Raktika theme here. It has been too long, Raya O. Has it? Don't they, like, meet sometimes? Kane, I was afraid the situation might force your arrival. Would that this reunion was under more joyous circumstances. It is heartening to see her joined by the bearer of Artoa's will. Unfortunately, Gleipnir's poison cannot be cured by any healing force known to us, as I'm sure you have already learned. Nevertheless, I have faith that together we will find a way to defeat it. Every moment is crucial, so let us dispense with further pleasantries. Have you received word of Gleipnir's whereabouts? I have. It recently ambushed a poor traveler who succumbed to his wounds soon thereafter. A tragic and increasingly common tale. No others in Camp Tranquil have come to harm, but some claim they feel a presence in the distant trees, staring at them with a malicious intensity. They struggle to find the courage to venture beyond the safety of the camp. While its victims exhibit symptoms reminiscent of the creeping death, Gleipnir's corruption seems only to affect those who have been assaulted by the blasphemy itself. Right, the creeping death is what it was called. We have yet to confirm a single instance of it spreading from one individual to another. That is somewhat reassuring, but it will provide little comfort to the people here, I think. If Gleipnir comes, any defense we mount will come at great cost. Those who fall wounded will invariably die. I'm at a loss, and the people under my care can see it. They grow tense and bicker amongst themselves. Some even accused me of standing idly by while this monster roams free, as if I'm not doing all that I can. I apologize. Would that I had come to you sooner. Would that there were more I could offer you. Perhaps the elementals could help? The elementals cry out for succor as loudly as the people do. This I know you feel, Kani. Gleipnir poses a threat to all life in the Twelveswood, and as such we should face it as one. Their strength has waned since the calamity, and I am reluctant to impose upon them. Nay, as seat-seers, it is our duty to first expend every option available to us, and spare them further distress. Once we have laid low the blasphemy, the elementals will be at peace. Well then, how do you propose we go about that? First, allow me to speak with the people here, and assure them that all will be well, that Gridania's resolve to weather the storm remains steadfast. No road is closed to those true of heart. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you'd begin with an earnest and heartfelt appeal. For my part, I shall reach out to our room. Perhaps together we can find a way to offer similar comfort to the elementals. I have no doubt we will require their assistance in the days ahead. Thank you, sister. May the 12 watch over and keep you both. May I trouble you to accompany me? The presence of a storied hero would surely lend credence to my claims that the people's difficulties will soon be at an end. While you attend to that, I shall gather what information I can from the wood whalers stationed here. Pray look for me at the camp proper when you have finished. It's interesting that at this point we still have absolutely no information about the blasphemy itself. Though when did we learn something about the actual blasphemy in the other role quests? Like in the third quest or something, right? All of them were pretty mysterious at the beginning, which is cool, right? I'm not saying that that's bad. I'm just saying that it's interesting. If we are to convince the people that they need not live in fear of Gleipnir, then my words alone may be insufficient. I do not comport myself as an imposing figure blessed with martial prowess, to say the least. You, on the other hand, are renowned as a peerless warrior who has triumphed in countless trials. Simply looking on your features fills me with confidence that this crisis too shall pass. I pray you stay by my side, that those we speak with might be joyed by your presence. Oh, cool. So apparently there was like a new interview or something with Yoshi P done. Or not with, I don't know if it was with Yoshi P himself, but they somewhere there was an interview with the devs, right? And apparently they always wanted to implement this feature where NPCs follow you, but the actual implementation for Endwalker was apparently fairly quickly done. Not necessarily rushed, but certainly, you know, just implemented because they wanted it. They wanted to have it, right? And there were still some lingering issues, I guess, or some things that they wanted to do differently or just couldn't do because of how they implemented it. So I wonder if they'll work on this. The only thing that I sometimes wish they would also do, which I know why they obviously don't do that, but it would be very, very cool for a feature like this to be actually implemented across the whole main story, right? For all of the quests where NPCs actually do accompany you, that this feature sort of retroactively gets implemented into those quests as well. I think that would be really, really cool, because it's sort of a shame that, you know, a couple of newer things, newer features or ideas or ways of how they're telling the story, most of the time they don't really get implemented into the old stuff, right? The old stuff just remains what it is. And that I don't know. I mean, 14 still does really good. They do a really good job with keeping everything sort of concise and on the same level, sort of. So, I mean, if you're playing through the whole story from start to finish, it'll still feel as though it's one story, right? The most obvious change probably being the voice actors after Realm Reborn, which is also something where I wish that they would have gone back and redone. Though I think they actually redid a couple of lines, right? Merlwyp, for example, I think they redid her lines that appear throughout the 2.0 storyline. Yeah, it just would. I know, obviously, they're not doing that. I mean, there's literally, I don't know, 500 quests, right, that they would have to go back to and decide on which quests this feature might be applicable and how to implement it. They would have to add text lines for the NPCs, maybe even additional sort of talking spots and points and specific start and end points for when the NPCs actually follow you. So that would be, a lot of work just to go back to content that is already released, right? And obviously they're not really doing that for that very reason. But I sort of wish at the same time that they would do that, right? Try as they might to go about their lives as normal, there is an unmistakable tension in their every movement. We must do what we can to put their minds at ease. Never noticed there was a sound effect playing when you walked over that bridge. Seatseers are sitting pretty with their guts and finery. What do they care if a beast is running amok? They'll be fine. That's why they're doing nothing while it hunts us. We'd be fools to trust our lives to those that don't care a whit. Hey, past time we went south. At least in Uldar they don't pretend to look out for the common man. Elder Seatseer, I was just I promise you that we are sparing no effort in our hunt for Gleipnir. However, it will take time, and more may suffer before the beast is laid low. Nevertheless, I ask that you place your faith in me, if only for a while longer. I love the Twelveswood and her people with all my heart, and I will not let our enemy torment us forever. I understand. Man's gotta give voice to his worries from time to time, eh? Nothing I want less than to abandon my home. I'll stick around. For now. I mean, apparently, since I haven't done the Uldar/Alamigo role quest right now, there's also blasphemy in Uldar, so I don't know if you would be safer there, but... I actually love the view that you get from this camp, right? Pretty cool. That's one thing that I always like about the old zones, is that it feels like their background is just larger. And that's because it kind of is. So there is, I guess, like a maximum area that they have for each zone, right? And the older zones are smaller, but they have sort of more background beyond the borders of the actual zone. And I guess for the newer zones, they decided, well, it would be better or it would make more sense to actually use the space that is available for play space as well. But that means that often, sort of the background is, well, not really existent in a lot of newer zones, or rather very, very, not as finely detailed as it is here. So that's why I always love the old zones for their details. A single scratch is enough to spell one's doom, they say. Nothing but to wait for death to come. How can we face a beast like that? Do not give in to despair, my friend. Know that I shall do all in my power to see us through this crisis. Hold fast to hope, and encourage others to do so as well. I'll try, Elder Seedsail, I'll try. I know you've placed yourself at risk leaving the safety of the city and coming here, and that means a lot to me and mine. I'll stay close to the Wailers and pray news of your triumph reaches us soon. Thank you. I promise you that it will not be long. I don't know, right? At this point, we know absolutely nothing about it, so I don't know if we can really promise that at all. I saw it. Her gargantuan beast stalking the woods with horns the size of my leg. What's to stop it from coming here to fill its belly? Gleipnir will do no such thing, I swear. I shall see to it personally that the blasphemy does not come within a mile of this village. Keep heart, for brighter days lie ahead of us. Truly, Elder Seedsail. Perhaps I've let my imagination get the better of me. You are a beacon in these dark times. I pray you restore the peace soon. I shall, you can be certain. Will that be all for now, Elder Seedsail? It will. I've done what I can to quell the unrest, but so long as Gleipnir lives, they will never be at peace. Interesting answers? Sometimes simply lending an ear does wonders, as must be the case for the elements, yes. Or elementals, rather. You doubt your chosen course. I'll go with the first one, I guess. Indeed, you are correct. Today was a welcome reminder of that truth, and an important step on our journey. Mayhap I should visit these settlements more often. Doubtless some here think me as distant as the elementals, so rarely do they see me in the outer reaches. That is true. I think I mentioned that I don't know, last time I actually started with these role quests, I think. Well, you do talk to her quite a lot during the main story for a couple of reasons, right? You never actually see her somewhere else, I guess. I mean, at least Merlwhip got, a lot of scenes in 5.4. But beyond that, I mean, Rauban was pretty much there throughout the entirety of Stormblood, right? Nanamo was a very, very big part of the, 2.x storyline, especially at the end of Realm Reborn, and then also the resolve, or the aftermath of the storyline in at the start of Heavensward as well. And then obviously the newer city-states, or the ones that were visited throughout the expansions, Americ and Kian, we see a lot of, obviously, during those entire expansions. Kanego, on the other hand, has always been sort of remained at the back of all of it, right? She was always there, and there's actually a couple of scenes where we talk to her. I mean, we actually talk to her right before Endwalker, right? Where Fortuno, the father of the twins, actually first visits us, and we get to see him for the first time. That's actually a scene with her. But still, she seems definitely the most distant one, I would say, of the city-state leaders. You have served me admirably as protectors thus far, for which I am grateful. Yet until we have found and laid Gleipnir low, I must continue to impose upon your goodwill. 'Tis no imposition, Elder Seedsail. You saved me on the killing fields of Cartano. My life is yours, now and always. Your life is your own to command, but I thank you for your words, and your conviction, which fills me with confidence that the path we walk is true. Even if that path takes us far afield. Did I ever tell you that, when I was a young student, I would often steal into the woods with a dear friend of mine, much to the chagrin of our teacher? Deep down, I suspect there is still a part of me that yearns to wander where I should not. Elder Seatsia, word from the border. We've got ourselves a right bloody mess by the sound of it. What has happened? Per your earlier instructions, the Whalers closed the roads to all travel while we scoured the wood for signs of Gleipnir. But now a group of locals are demanding to be let through into Thanalan. They're terrified by the sound of it, screaming about the creeping death and gods know what else. Despair grips their hearts. If it consumes them wholly, then we may have yet more blasphemies to contend with. I will speak with them. Wild rumors fuel their panic, and with truth and compassion will I convince them to see reason and return to their homes. If anyone can, it's you, Elder Seatsia. We're doing our best to keep them calm for now, but my man's words painted a grim picture. I pray you make your way to the border as quickly as you can. I mean, if they're truly terrified and want to leave this place, then, I don't know, keeping them here might not be the best course of action. I haven't been here in a long while, actually. This particular part of the map. This leads to Eastern Thanalan, right? Yeah. The people here are indeed terrified. I must take care with my words. It's good we arrived when we did. Any later, we might have been met with a bloodier side. Let us through, damn you! We're standing here while the creeping death nips at our heels. You're telling us to die. Those rumors are false. The Elder Seatsia herself sent word that the creeping death is not responsible for the recent incidents. You mustn't surrender to panic. Return to your homes while we deal with the threat, and pay no heed to baseless stories. Stories? Stories! I've seen the dead with my own eyes. Don't tell me what is and isn't true. Hearken to me, my friends. I come before you now to assure you that the creeping death has not returned. Only those who have been wounded by Gleipnir are in danger. So I beseech you to take shelter in your homes until the threat has passed. Gleipnir, the beast I saw in the wood. We have to run. Could have followed us. You saw him? Where? Not far from here. Those glistening horns, those terrible chains, reaching out to drag you down to the seventh hell. We ran and never looked back. But don't worry, didn't catch any of us. No one's marked, see? That means we're safe, right? But say we weren't quite fast enough. What then? Uh-oh. Its horns and claws are where the poison resides, and even a scratch would be cause for concern. Even a little scratch. Then it's too late for me? Is that why my body feels like it's on fire? You told me the branches tripped you up. You said that's how it happened. You said. O heavenly winds, guide us to the font of strength. May we drink from it, and something else. Why are that? I hate that they're... Why do they have auto-advanced text boxes in these scenes? I don't I don't feel any better. Do it again! Do it again! It hurts. Help me. Conjury has no effect. There can be no mistake. This is Gleipnir's doing. Even so, I ask that you do not lose heart. Stay strong, for if we surrender to fear, the beast has already won. No. I don't want to die. Please, help me. He actually turns? Get back! You said it wasn't... Why? Why? Liars. Liars, all of you! None of us are safe. None of us will... Despair made manifest. 12 Vorfände. Is there naught that can be done for these poor souls? Naught but one thing, I know. I know. We must lay them to rest. Contain the thread. Well, I mean, apparently one of them would have been dead anyway, since he caught the... well, whatever it is. Sorry, guys. They are at peace. Would that it had not come to this. I was powerless to prevent it. You did all you could, Elder Seetsier. If that's what's going to happen to us, is there no hope? What you witnessed was the fate of those who fall to deepest despair. It feeds upon grief and anguish, and is more deadly than Gleipnir itself. But as I swore to you that we shall defeat the blasphemy that haunts our homeland, so too do I swear that despair will not be the end of us. Keep the faith, and look to the horizon, for brighter days will come. As you say, Elder Seetsier. As you say. Gleipnir is not here, and so you are free to return to your homes. But I urge you to take care on the path back. We will, Elder Seetsier. The storm has passed, but a darker tempest roils in the distance. So long as the spectre of despair looms, the people will struggle to take any words of comfort to heart. We will see more tragedies like this. The elementals, too, cry out for a solution. The longer we struggle to resolve this crisis, the more innocent lives we put at risk. Raya O said we would need to turn to the elementals for assistance. I don't know now that she was right, and so we'll seek audience with the Great One. However, there are preparations I must attend to first. I shall make the proper absolutions at the Lotus Stand. Pray return to the Adder's Nest and await my summons. Well, so far, this is a very depressing questline, right? In both quests so far, people... well, first it was one person and now two people have just died. And that without actually giving us any new hints as to where the blasphemy could be. Or who it actually is, or you know, anything really about what it does, or how it works, or why it's connected apparently to... Oh, that looks cool. To the creeping death. I mean, I imagine that there had to be some sort of connection, right? Probably whoever turned into the blasphemy might have been somehow connected to the creeping death, right? Maybe their parents or grandparents died from it, or they witnessed somebody, I don't know, going crazy because they were infected with it or something like that, right? Despite our best efforts, we have been unable to prevent further loss of life. I foresee even greater hardship ahead. As we press on, we mustn't forget the words of the Elder Seetsier. We must strive to remain undaunted in the face of despair. She's preparing for her communion with the Great One. When the time is right, she will call upon us both. Until then, my friend, stay strong. Commune with the Great One sounds like a Bloodborne quest. Let me actually check. I don't know if I mean, I'm pretty sure that my squadron actually brought something back this week already, but let's see if that's actually the case. Oh, that took long. Yeah, I already did it. I think, yeah, I think I got the 10 spirit bonding manuals this week. Muffin Boy. Alright. Let's see where this goes. A gift undone. The situation has worsened since last we spoke. Really? I was just away for like a minute. Ah, whatever. Gleipnir grows bolder in his attacks, and the conjurers have spread thin in their efforts to attend the victims. Moreover, we are no closer to finding a means to counteract the blasphemy's poison. With no choice but to wait until death claims them, some are overwhelmed by hopelessness, becoming mad beasts that lash out at their former countrymen. Such tragedies all too easily beget further tragedy, as bereaved loved ones are in turn overcome and sharing the same horrid fate. The people speak of these incidents in hushed whispers, afraid that at any moment a monster might appear within their midst. If we could find a cure for the blasphemy's poison. Indeed, let us hope that the Elder Seetsier's efforts to enlist the aid of the elementals are successful, and that united we may at last cleanse the 12th wood of this evil once and for all. Urgent news. Gleipnir has ambushed a party of wood whalers. They are engaged with the blasphemy near the Guardian Tree, where the Great One slumbers. This bodes ill. Has it divined the Elder Seetsier's intent? Is it attempting to prevent her from communing with the elementals? In any event, we cannot let Gleipnir harm the tree. The Elder Seetsier bade us rendezvous with her at Sorrel Haven. We leave at once. Is that in Central Shroud? Why don't I remember these names? Sorrel Haven. I mean, wait. Is the tree in Central? Yeah, it is. White Wolf Gate. The gate that is closed off at the start. I still remember that's actually, I think, still the first time that I ever died in 14 was to one of these Moor Bowls. I think that was actually the first time that or was it the first time? Or maybe the first time outside of a dungeon? Then again, I probably didn't really die in a dungeon, right? Why would I die in a dungeon? I definitely remember dying to a mobile, though, because I think I didn't... I think I actually just didn't expect them to be very strong, and I just attacked one of them. And I was still level, like, because all the normal overworld mobs aren't really that strong, right? You can definitely defeat them if they're somewhat on the same level as you are. But these morbolls, they're much stronger for their level. So I was like level 32 something probably, or 35. I don't know when you actually get here. I think it's below 35, right? Like 30, 32 something. And I think I just attacked them because I thought that they looked funny, and I got obliterated. Also because I'm pretty sure that I got hit by the breath attack. Yeah, but that's definitely one memory that I have from starting the game that was fairly shortly into my adventure. What happened here, though? They left all their weapons behind? Or maybe they turned into beasts? Battered arms and armor are strewn across the ground, but there is no other trace of man or blasphemy. Ah, as I suspected. They probably turned, huh? The new one. Oh, that's for the Fate. I was wondering, huh? What are you doing here? That's for the Fate that spawned over there. So I guess a couple of them turned into beasts, and that's why their arms are still lying here. I see. I think I know what happened here, though I pray that I'm wrong. There is no sign of the Wood Raiders save their arms and armor. Seasoned warriors would never cast aside their equipment, but here it lies. They see not a single body. In the face of certain death, even the bravest among us can succumb to despair. Before the blasphemy's poison took them, they transformed. That's actually... This quest is pretty grim. I mean, not that the others are, I guess, easier. But... I guess, just overall, because... I mean, in the Far East, while there were a couple of people who turned or died, the blasphemy itself was pretty much, like, because of her nature, it was pretty much very passive. It didn't actually attack people. And the one in Ishgard had sort of a similar thing, right? Although in Ishgard, technically, all the priests turned, right? And a couple of other people. Oh yeah, in the first quest where you go to Western Coerthus, people turn there as well. I don't know. Just feel maybe it's because the thing is literally called Creeping Death or something. I feel like this quest just contains more death than the others. Gleipnir could not have gone far. He may be watching us even now. Be on your guard. The air is thick with corruption. If the Wood Wailers succumb to a man, then we can expect a hard fight. Though I dread the thought of hurting our brave soldiers, we cannot allow the creatures they have become to roam free. Let us form 2 groups to more quickly track down and cull the beasts. Once we have finished, we shall regroup under the boughs of the Guardian Tree. 2 groups with 3 people. And I guess I'm going alone. God, I just love being in these old zones. It's so peaceful here in a way. There's one. so they all just turned into beasts. Other one. This should probably be enough. Bam. Huh. How did it... What? Did my confetti actually hit that thing? I thought it was much further away. One thing that I also like about the old zones is they have more ambience. Newer zones have cool music, but beyond that, I think sometimes they're sort of lacking in ambience. Whereas here, right, currently there's no music. It's very chill, very quiet. Then again, if you turn off the music in the newer zones, they still have that same amount of ambience. It's just, I wish that the music would sometimes, you know, that it would sort of change, not always be there. But that's very subjective, obviously. And again, you can always turn off the music if you want to. And the music's great, which obviously I don't want to turn off the music, right? But sometimes I just wish that it would just be quiet for a second, right? Just listen to the sounds of nature for once. You have laid to rest the last of the turned whalers. Reunite with the companions at Evershade. Guess I need to go down now? I remember this place also being a bit confusing. When I started out, obviously you couldn't fly, right? So you never really knew whether or not the quest target was up or down. Such a beautiful place. I also like that the water flows way slower than a lot of the other rivers in other zones. They sometimes flow fairly fast, which sometimes just doesn't look as good, I guess. This looks very cool. Our work is done, then. The loss of so many brave souls is tragic, but now they are at peace, and the guardian tree is safe. Let us take comfort in that. I but pray that the Great One will hear my plea. What? I have a feeling the blasphemy also has something to do with the elementals. Maybe. Elder Seeds here, I have heard. The Great One is filled with fear, an all-consuming fear unlike any I have ever felt. It spoke unto me, and its words were clarion. Drive the evil away, drive the evil away. It can think of naught else, and so we will not receive the aid we seek, not until we can dispel the dread that claws at the forest's very heart. No, this was our last hope. We are not alone. Whoa! Okay, that thing looks cool. There can be no mistake. This is the profane beast. The blasphemy that has murdered the 12-foot in despair, Gleipnir. That thing looks really, really awesome. That was one thing that I didn't really like about the other two, or, well, I didn't really mind, but the one in Ishgard just looked like a glowing dragon, and the one in Arthur just looked exactly the same like other beasts that we saw, but this is actually unique, I think. Or maybe I'm misremembering, but this looks very unique. Stay back! Makes for the Guardian Tree. We must stop it. The poison! You mustn't let it touch you! Such fearsome strength! Wait. Yes, I suspected it has something to do with the elementals. Izumi, in accordance with our covenant, we Pajal have been blessed by the elementals. From the moment we are chosen, we are bound to act as mediators between man and nature. The most skilled among us are honored as Seetsiers, and it is their duty to guide Gridania through times both poor and prosperous. I cannot say which of you will be found more worthy. In my estimation, you both have the potential to become Seetsiers. Of that, I become more certain by the day. So she is the blasphemy? But I don't want to be a Seetsier. I never wanted to be a Pajal either. I never asked for any of this. Why can't I live a normal life like everyone else? How come I don't get to grow old? Why was I cursed with these ugly horns? I like them. Maybe we didn't choose to be born this way, but I don't think it makes us that different from everyone else. It's a rare gift, a blessing even. And if we can use it to help others, then we should. Don't give up on becoming a Seetsier, Kane. We'd all be worse for it. Oh wait, that's her? Oh. I did not expect that. Kane Senna, so we actually see her past. Very interesting, and she didn't really want to become a Pajal at the beginning, huh? A blessing? I never thought of it that way. I suppose I just hated not having a choice. But maybe you're right. So it's the boy then. Guess. So it's that boy from her student days, I guess? Or childhood days, even. The matron is merciful. The elder Cetia has fallen unconscious, but is otherwise unharmed. A blasphemy must not have touched her, for I do not see the telltale mark of poison. Still, I am no healer, and she should be looked after by those who are. I shall carry her back to Gridania. We must leave before Gleipnir returns. Await me at the Adder's Nest. But then I wonder... I mean, that's certainly very important information that we now have about the blasphemy, but I wonder how that would be connected to the creeping death? Unless Kane played some part in how they got rid of it, and maybe... Very interesting. Did it actually... I thought for a second that the fact that lightning started was part of the quest. But I guess... I guess... it was actually just random, which fit the whole story and everything really, really well. I just love people's... That looks really cool. I always love standing here and just looking at people's outfits. See what they come up with. That's also very cute. What is that, skirt? Allow me to thank you again for your assistance. The elder Cetia has been delivered into the care of Esumian. By the grace of the elementals will she make a full recovery. In fact, she has already regained consciousness, but it is not yet allowed to receive visitors. But is not. Not it is. We cannot wait for now. God damn it, I was useless. Could do nothing while the elder Cetia faced Gleipnir alone. I was to be her shield, and I stand before you while she lies abed as proof of my failure. Kanisena lives still, and still she requires your protection. You truly are the hero of whom the bards sing, aren't you? You've suffered terrible trials, but still you stand tall and resolute. Thank you for your counsel. How close I came to forgetting the lessons of my past. I've spoken of it to few. Truth be told, it brings me shame to recall it. I fought at Cartano, not as a soldier of the Eorzean Alliance, but as a conscript in the Garlean Imperial Army. Oh. Clad in armor and magitech, another drop in a sea of pitiless metal. You grow numb to the violence and the killing out of necessity. It becomes routine. Work to earn your next meal. But then the moon shattered and the dragon emerged, and when the dust had settled, I was another body clinging to life amongst the fallen. I remember staring at the burning sun above, growing weaker, wondering if the heat or an Eorzean's blade would finish the job. But it wasn't death that came, but salvation. I was delivered from my well-earned fate by the elder Cetia. She deigned to save a man who once bared steel against her people. Her kindness didn't end there. Once my wounds had healed, she welcomed me with open arms. Never did she regard me with distrust, nor did she ever make me feel obliged to repay my debt. Wow. It's also really interesting to see more about the Battle of Carteneau. I feel like that's a very underrepresented part of the game, because it's so important, and obviously we have a huge CGI trailer that shows us what happened back then, but... Well, I mean, there is that one cutscene, right, that you get fairly early on. When is it actually? I think it's actually... Isn't it at like level 10 or something? Like really, really early, or 20 maybe? You get that huge cutscene basically showing you what happened at the Battle of Carteneau and Dalimund's Fall. I think? Is it level 20? It's very early. I remember that. Maybe either it's because it's so early, but I feel like they don't really explore the topic that well, right? It's more of a, oh yeah, by the way, there was this huge battle and that's why we are now here, but beyond that, I mean, it's more of a, I guess it's more of an introduction to La Habrea, actually, as the main villain, right? Because he's obviously there, and less about the actual battle and the Garleans and stuff, and well, what happened to the people themselves. It's really, really cool that they're bringing it back to that, right? She fought not to take a life, but to safeguard it. Through our friendship, I came to see the wisdom in that distinction, and pledged my remaining years to her service. It would have accomplished nothing to throw myself against Leipnir in vain, and even if there was profit to be found in the sacrifice, she would not abide it. Your words serve to remind me of this. We will defeat the blasphemy, aye, but we will do so without forsaking that which we hold dear. This I swear. Well, seeing as we now know that it's probably a boy who was connected to Canisena as well, I have a feeling that she might be our sort of key, or even, well, I don't really want to say bait, but certainly somebody who might be able to bring the blasphemy to appear before us in the future. Well then, let's actually get to the dailies now, because I can't do any more of the role quests. Let's do leveling first as a tank, because then I also get the roll bonus. That'll be fine. And then, I mean, again, I could try to level Paladin to 90 now to finish off this role quest and then get back to Samurai. It might be a way to do it. Ooh. Wait, let me actually, not this one, this one. Alright, absolutely no clue how you actually,
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
I guess it's these two poles, right? I almost forgot Reckless got there at the end. Let's put Rampart on. For a second there I wasn't sure whether or not I would need it, but they do hurt. I also need to remember that I'm not in the best gear for this, probably. Because this is, yeah, the actual current dungeon that I would possibly be able to do on this level. Are there more? I don't remember, actually. Oh yeah, they're... Alright. These two things. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, so other people have it too. It's the same sort of lag that we had. I don't know, was it last weekend or something? There was definitely a sort of similar lag. Before. Let me put up the other cooldown. I mean, these... It's not really lag, it's really weird. It just feels like everything is sort of on a delay. It's not really... Because if it's laggy, then things, you know, can sometimes be sort of unpredictable, or things just happen later than you expect them to happen. But with this weird lag, or whatever it really is, it's really different. I don't know how to describe it really. It just feels like everything is sort of just on a weird delay or something. But it's really, really hard to explain, to be quite honest. Let's see if I can remember how this thing worked. So he's running away, and then he's running to a... Yeah, there's definitely... Like, there's a weird constant lag, right? I really don't know how to properly explain it. It's not really laggy, it's just this constant weirdness somehow. I actually don't know how these worked. I guess I'm not doing anything overly special. Well, that was really weak. And then he's doing that again. I guess here? It's actually not that easy to see those footsteps. I mean, I know that you basically only have to look out for where they end, right? So it's not too complicated, but... Oh, well, that's annoying. Was that the raid wide? Yeah. I remember that I was a little bit underwhelmed by these bosses. I mean, he's basically not really doing anything beyond this, right? Oh, that was almost bad. That was a weird timing. He's also just not turning towards me for some reason. I don't know if that's... Like, is that normal? Shouldn't he be turning? Guess he was also casting still? I guess it's this one again? Everything just feels less snappy than it normally feels like. Oh. Yeah, this boss isn't really doing much, right? Which is... not entirely sure what I make of that. The mechanic with the footprints in the snow is really cool, but it also doesn't have any kind of variance, right? It's always the exact same thing. So there are these butterflies here.
Stay away.
It's just, yeah, it's pretty annoying with the delay. Feels kind of unfun, to be completely honest. I don't know if it's the Sage or if these things just don't really hurt. I thought that they would actually do a lot more damage, but maybe he's just healing very well. I didn't actually pay that much attention to what he was doing. Oh shit, I forgot the treasure chest. Is there something else as well? Yeah. I was wondering about that. See, that slight delay until they actually notice you or do anything. Let me do that actually. Oh shoot, that was one GCD too early. Could have probably also hallowed that, but I think he's pretty under control of the situation, to be honest. Though I will need to level healer myself to actually determine whether or not this is like hard to heal or not. Kind of hard to gauge right now. It's just this very annoying type of lag, and you can also see it in the menus, right? When you open a chest, a coffer and stuff. It's just oh, he opens with a tank buster. Interesting. He's attacking with his, like that's to the front. Oh, he's full. Oh, never mind. Huh? He's jumping into the middle. Okay. That was weird movement. I thought at first that I had to actually turn him, but apparently he does that himself. Now he's hitting the sides. Which one is he starting on, though? Do we know that? Oh, you don't have to know. Well, never mind then. And this is just, these are just flying through the arena, right? They have very small hitboxes though. And you have like a million years to adjust to them. Is that an AoE? A raid wipe rather? Oh! Whoopsie. Wait. Did I get to... That's the raid wipe. Was it actually just doing that little damage? I guess. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a really, really annoying... Now it's actually getting really laggy. That's not great. Let's just use this. It's literally not even breaking the shield. What the f... I don't really get why these things are so, or take that long to explode. That's sort of weird. Because usually these kinds of things, I mean, even in Nidhogg normal, right, they already just explode and hit you. But here, you literally don't have to pay any attention to them. You just wait until the AoEs appear on the ground and then that's it. You don't do anything else. Kind of weird, but alright. I don't know if you can double pull here. I mean, I've done this dungeon once and seen part of it on a stream, I think.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
Guess you can't really double pull these? Maybe? Pretty sure the teleporter only activates if you kill them? Probably? I guess? Are they doing something else? Is there something else spawning, or...? That's a weird pull. I guess you can't double pull here, really? God, that's annoying. Holy shit, that lag is annoying. Now it's actual lag. Sometimes I forget the low cooldown on reprisal, to be honest. You can also see it in the running of the other players, right? They always sort of skip a step. I mean, it is Sunday. I wonder if the servers are getting hammered. Is there no way to get to do this faster? Guess not. Because the teleporter only ever activates if you kill these things, right? So... let's do it. That was probably way too late, but whatever. Oh, never mind. Something else appears. Well, these are certainly not the most interesting pulls, to be completely honest. I wonder why they did it this way. should be the last one though. So I guess it's 3 poles. Yeah, it is.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
Oh god, now it's really lagging. Shit.
And Gale, gather to me.
Is that the right way? Yes. Well, it is a right way.
Shift brand. Unleash your power.
For fuck's sake. Oh shit. Whoops.
Dancing winds.
I guess I got hit by that because it's... It's actually getting hard to double weave now.
Stars on high. Fall as rain.
Seriously? So, okay, I'm really laggy now. Fuck, I can't really do anything. Was that a knockback? Oh, that was probably too late anyway. No, it wasn't. Oh, it was this thing. Right, right. See? Holy shit! Okay. Well, it's been some time since I experienced lag like this. Because it's, like, usually when I'm lagging, it's just my GCD that has problems. But now it seems to actually be... Wait, so we need to go... Shouldn't we... Those are first, right? Then those. Oh. The boss is just snapping into position, it's not even doing its animation anymore.
Winds, pierce my foe.
Absolutely no idea what's going on with the service, but this is very annoying.
Stars on high, fall as rain.
Could have also LB2, by the way. That was the wrong direction, whatever. Is it actually enough to stay in here?
Even when transformed, I am not
What
finished
the?
yet.
The cast bar was still through. I don't know, there's something really weird going on with the... Now it's actually affecting me to the point where I can't double weave, which that's always the most annoying thing. Well, Sage did good. Very fun dungeon, except for the last 3 pulls. And obviously the lag. I don't know what is going on there. Is it just because it's Sunday and like a million people are trying to get onto the server? What? Let me actually quickly check Discord. Maybe there's something about lag that other people are... Nope. Nothing about any kind of lag. Let me... Although these are... Let me see. Can I desense them? That's not really worth it. Is it all Goldsmith? Why does Goldsmith always get so many desynth things? These ones are worth it though. God, everything's lagging. I hate this. And I can't even reset really. For reset now, it's gonna take me 2 hours to log back in. You can actually see... wait, is there another person running somewhere? It's actually not that easy to see. But there's like an inherent... Almost like the game freezes for... you know, a couple milliseconds. I hope that it will get better until raid. Probably won't, but maybe. Why today of all days? How much experience did that give me anyway? I mean, usually you can see it really easy when you are on... Oh, right. Wait a second. A couple of things spirit bonded, I think. That was a lot of experience. I just noticed. Okay, nice. Ah, right, I already finished Chloe. For a second there, I was a little bit confused. Yeah, let's do the Alliance raid as a samurai real quick. Because the bonus is there. Okay. Shouldn't take too long in queue, I hope. Yeah, that's the main issue. Sometimes you can reset your... Like if you log out a bunch and then log back in, sometimes it actually helps with the lag. But obviously that's not an option if the queue is like 2 hours long. And it was already 20 minutes when I logged in 2 hours ago. Yeah. There's definitely a higher ping on the route to the service. Interestingly enough, it's just it's a weirdly consistent higher ping for some reason. Well, this again. I did this morning. I don't want to do it again. So maybe Raid Night isn't going to take place anyway. I just received notice that maybe we're actually putting tonight's raid on tomorrow evening. Which it's always, I don't like raiding on Monday, because if anything gets in between that, right? If Monday, oh god. Everybody's just stopping for a second. It's not great. Yeah, so my ping is not bad. Like, it's 40 milliseconds worse than usual. About, like, something like that. So still absolutely playable, but, you know, it's just annoying. You can see that, right? It's just sometimes very hard to predict what's going to happen if you can't see everything. I guess the client updates are also a bit delayed. What is one person in the chat talking about? Stop? Fade? Tang? Is that a language that I don't recognize, or are they literally saying something weird? But yeah, I've never seen that so far. Because usually, you know, when there's trouble, especially with so for the most part, it's fairly rare that anything is wrong with the connection in general, right? For the most part, it's just really okay the whole time. Sometimes, though, I had a problem where it just had random lag spikes, or it was, like, really bad for an evening. But in those cases, I literally just had really, really bad ping. To the point where it was very, very obvious that something was wrong. But now it's just this slightly worse ping that is very consistently bad, though. So I don't know what that's about, really. See, and you can't really... The way the bosses turn... I don't know. Maybe I should stop talking about it. It's just... I don't remember the rate wide. Oh, that was actually it. Oh, never mind. Of course, that's not that great if you actually stand in a puddle you didn't see. Oh god, why did I run out there? The problem is that everything updates slower, so you never really notice when there's like a problem or something that, you know, should work differently or something. I also forgot my dot again. Seriously. I probably shouldn't have done that. Let me actually check the other IP address. Yeah, so everything seems to be fine on my end. Some of the nodes are timing out though. That is an issue. Yep. For some reason the servers have like a 40 millisecond delay added to them. And there's now it's actually getting to the point where it's one of the pings was 1,600 milliseconds. Guess that's might be the lock-in server or something, but definitely a problem. Oh god, for a second there I thought I had this DC'd. Because it wasn't updating my combo at all, but maybe I just didn't hit it or something. Oh boy. I wonder if it's on my end though, because somebody else is saying something. I mean, sometimes it's like the in-between stuff can also be a problem. The way to the service. I don't know. Maybe there is like a general issue for some providers or something. It's very rare though, so it's always weird when it happens. I mean, you can get used to it, right? It's not impossible to play. No, don't hit me with that! Oh. It actually worked. I didn't think that I was able to run out of that. At some point I should actually rewatch like a guide video or something for this raid, because I completely forgot how this actually works with the invulns and why it gets them, and you know, what you should do. Not that it really matters, but I would just like to know. I really don't like how it's very, very hard to build Kenki on level 60 Samurai. Ah, shit. Just don't want it to waste that. The issue is now it's also like changing from time to time, so right now it feels better and then it gets worse in between, and I don't know. I wish I knew when those things appeared. Ah, shit. Still hit people with it. See, weaves like that are pretty hard to do though with this ping. Guess the dot doesn't count for third eye? I think dots actually don't count for that. Okie dokie. Let me just check Discord on the side here. It's just sometimes fairly scary if everything's just halting for a second. Oh, I completely forgot that they actually do these bloody puddles on the ground. This section is really annoying for melee, unfortunately. Because things either die too quickly or they're moving around the whole time. It's not really fun. I don't know, for a long time I thought that Void Ark was a fairly fun raid, but I vastly prefer the other two raids of this raid series. I think Void Ark suffers the same fate that a lot of the Alliance raids do, where they're massively overleveled, so they just, you know, get a lot more uninteresting because of that. Because it literally doesn't matter what you do or if you get hit in a lot of cases. So that's the second and third Alliance raid of this raid series in Heaven's Ward are much better in my opinion. Not, you know, per se, just because of the fact that this is so massively overleveled, unfortunately. And I don't know, it has this, you know, obviously the old Alliance raids from A Realm Reborn aren't really that interesting either, but this has sort of a problem of being both way too easy, but still fairly annoying to get through. There's just a lot to do, you know, there are these in-between things with the Maw Bowls, for example, and there's a lot of running. Even the beginning part takes a fairly long time to get to the first boss and everything. And, you know, I don't know. I wish that it would be a bit more, either a bit more interesting or a bit faster. Either one of those. I also hate these parts when things are literally invulnerable, right? And this raid has way too much of that for some reason. You know, it's completely fine. I don't have a problem with mechanics requiring you to do certain things. I just don't like this, for example, right? Now we're just standing here doing absolutely nothing, waiting for the next ads to spawn just because for some reason the boss is invulnerable. I don't know. It's just kind of an unfortunate design, in my opinion. I don't even really remember if you had to stand on the platforms or not. I don't even know. And then he's constantly turning, right? Doesn't make it any better. I already have that? Why are there constantly things double dropping, although they've always done that? That's a weird part of the Alliance raid, and also the reason why some people literally farm these for hundreds of runs to get, like, the body piece of, like, the healer body piece, for example. Because they drop so weirdly. Getting better though? It feels like it's more snappy again. The service. Maybe I'm just imagining it. Maybe it also just jumps around. I hope that still hit. That was a weird sound. Well, I guess I'll just stop the ads. Or no, never mind. Doesn't actually last that long. My, whatever the hell the thing is called that gives you damage up buff on your next ability. This one. Weird that there are so many people actually saying how these things are done. I mean, I guess that's also other people leveling? Because usually, I don't know. Usually nobody ever writes anything. I mean, why would you? It's fairly self-explanatory. But, I don't know. If I would have actually known what the that particular mechanic does damage, I could have used third eye as well. Oh, whatever. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Well, I mean, at least you can still... That's the good thing for the most part, right? About... even if the servers have problems, usually you're able to... Well, I guess it's not really play around them, but rather you can just still play, right? Even if there's lag, the worst thing that can actually happen is that you just can't double weave. That's one of the most annoying things that can happen. But other than that, usually mechanics and stuff still resolve at a point where you would expect them to resolve, for the most part. I mean, sometimes you have to adjust for delay, but it will be, you know, sort of the same delay every time. So that's good. Aren't we B? I think we are, right? Yeah. I don't... 100%, I'm not 100% sure, but I think we should actually get these ads. Like this one, I mean. Or whatever. And she just immediately dies. Okay, interesting. So it seems there is... I was just looking at my Statics Discord, and... apparently there is a strat for the third fight. So we were supposed to be progging the third fight today. Maybe that'll have to be tomorrow, because apparently somebody of our static is not feeling well, so... I am hoping we can get that in tomorrow, because it would be really unfortunate if we had to cancel entirely, but I hope it should be fine tomorrow, hopefully. But apparently, the thing that we were progging are the tornadoes, right? So that's pretty much the last major mechanic, because the mechanic after that is literally a joke. It's just, well, it also repeats a couple of mechanics from the beginning of the fight, but those aren't really difficult either. And then it does the thing where there is, where the 4 Phoenix ads are spawning again, but they're like folded up, I guess you would call that. Their wings are folded up, and you have to place them, right? And they do a conal AoE in front of them. And the second time that appears, so the first time it does that during the fight, you just point them outwards, and that's fine, right? You just stand in the middle, nobody gets hit. The second time it does that, it actually casts something else before that gives everyone a debuff with a certain number of stacks, right? And you have to place the ads facing inward, and then you have to stand at a specific point in order to get rid of your debuffs. So you need to get hit a certain number of times. So you stand either at a cardinal if you want to get hit once, at an intercardinal if you want to get hit twice, or in the middle of the arena if you want to get hit 4 times. That then removes your debuffs, puts you to 1 HP, which needs to get healed up afterwards, because there's a huge raid wipe coming up. But other than that, it's not a very complicated mechanic positioning wise. But for the tornadoes before, there's actually, so there's a point, it does like pizza slice AoEs, right? Twice. And then it does the tank buster. All 3 tornadoes are doing a conal AoE, and there's also 3 conal AoEs going out from the boss, which need to be baited by the 3 closest players. Now, usually what you would do, or what the sort of standard or starting out strat would be, or what I've seen other parties do so far, is that both healers and ranged are baiting their tornadoes, while the 2 tanks are doing the tank busters, and The remaining ranged and melees are doing the 3 baits. And the baits need to be in between the tornadoes so that you don't hit the player who's baiting the tornado. And then the tank busters sort of try to get in between those things. And the annoying part about that is that, well, the tank busters are tethers. So if one of the 3 people who need to bait the close cones from the boss gets too close to the boss, there is a risk of them just taking over a tether, which is really annoying. And then subsequently getting hit by the tank buster. And even if that doesn't happen, the tank buster itself, there's just not that much space in the middle of the arena, right? So especially the tanks need to look out for everybody and make sure that nobody gets hit by the tank buster, which can easily happen in that phase. But apparently there is a version of this where the tanks, or the party, sort of stacks at one point of the boss, not pointing towards a tornado, but one of the party would be the closest person, right? So essentially 5 people bait one of the boss's cones. And then, or not 5 people, rather, 1 person does that, and the other 4 stand outside. And then one other person baits one of the tornadoes, and both tanks invuln and take both of their tank busters, both take each one of the conal baits from the boss and a conal bait from the tornado on their side. I expect there to still be some weird positioning with that, because in order to be closest both to the boss and the tornado, the party has to keep, the party needs to keep watch on where they're actually standing. But it does look like an interesting strategy. Not necessarily easier to execute than the normal one, but probably less prone to mistakes, I would imagine. Okay, let me see. I think I'm actually going to continue leveling Paladin for the time being. I just wanted to do the Alliance rate on Samurai, because that obviously gives you the bonus as well. I need to stack up on clusters again for the next raid here, so that I don't have to buy any materia when we're getting to it. Alright, let me see. I guess, yeah, let's just level on, although this is probably going to be really annoying now with the lag, but hopefully it should be fine. Let me switch these. One thing that I find always find funny is if the roll in need, right, is always sort of delayed. I guess it's based on what was in need a couple of minutes ago or something. I don't know how the servers really update that. But because it's delayed slightly, you never have an instant queue when you're queuing as the role that is the person in need. Never. Or, well, not never, but most of the time you don't. Like, usually it's, especially for roulettes or for expert roulette, for example, if you queue, if the role in need is tank and you queue as a healer, you get an instant queue. As a tank, you have to probably wait for half a minute or something. And if it's the other way around, if the healer is the role in need and you queue as a tank, you get an instant queue, and if you queue as a healer, it's delayed. Or you have to wait for 30 seconds or something. I guess that's because it's delayed, right? It probably updates. I don't know how often it actually updates. I never really read anything about that. Probably like every, I don't know, 3 minutes or something. So that's why that probably happens, right? Because look at this. Tank was the role in need for 50, 60, 70, 80 dungeons, and I'm number 10 in the waiting list. Weird stuff. But alright. I mean, well, wait, I have this one still. I have the normal raid and the trials, and after that I would probably be able to do the level 88 role quest as well. Alright, yeah. We're raiding tomorrow. That's alright. It's actually good. If the servers are feeling weird today, it wouldn't have been a lot of fun to raid tonight anyway. Okay, let's hope let's hope I don't get a dungeon that I have no clue how to tank. I haven't done most of the older dungeons in a while, never mind tanking them. It's always kind of weird at the start of a new expansion. I mean, guess it's not that weird. It was weird at the start of Shadowbringers because they changed tanking and how tank stands worked, which meant that in a lot of dungeons you could actually pull more than you were able to in Shadow. Oh, this is a good one. Oh god. Everybody's still jumping around a lot. It's not good. But yeah, because of that, in a lot of older dungeons, especially... Sorry guys, I'm lagging. Oh, I should probably also put tank stands on. Can you please... Why are you attacking them? Why can't I grab aggro on them? That's weird. Now I don't have my cool, shiny new, Sheltron. Are they just not dying, or am I... Like, it literally looked for a second like their health bars weren't moving. No. Should probably put up some mitigation as well. Why aren't they dying? What are they doing? Just let them know that I'm lagging a bit. It's just a bit annoying because they attacked things before I even saw that they were attacking things, right? I don't know why they're grabbing aggro either. Am I not hitting them properly, or what's happening? This dungeon is still pretty cool. The only thing that I don't like about this dungeon is the pull right before the end boss. That's a really annoying one. Let's see if we can actually do this one without getting hit. Because I usually try to, you know, be pretty, what's it called? That's the tank buster, right? I usually try to be very, very late in terms of movement. For this one, for example, although in this case I can just stand here. The right line. I mean, it's still fine. As I said before, the lag is like 40 milliseconds or so. Oh, for some reason with the new like, I have to actually look at the freaking Rolequests stacks in order to not accidentally use all of them before Confiteor. See, in this case, this is annoying. I can just use Rampart in this case. Although, I don't know if this is actually... Maybe I was just too late, I don't know. On my cooldowns there. And that combo that I broke there wasn't really planned either. Shouldn't have needed to do that, I should have just paid attention. I have a feeling we don't really have that much DPS in this party. Because it's taking ages to kill this thing. Don't want to use Reckless Cut. Oh god, did you see how long it took to open the chest? Holy shit. Whatever. I mean, if raid's not tonight, then it's not a big deal anyway. I'll just finish off with the dailies and then do the role quest one more time, and then that should be fine. Oh, seriously? I have actually never seen that. I think. Why did the frog turn into that direction instead of this one? Because usually these ads turn into frogs and then they literally don't attack for like 15 seconds or something. This way it's obviously a lot more annoying. They also take ages to die though, so it doesn't really help either. I could just use Hallowed Ground the next pull or something. I don't know what's going on there to take so long to die, but... Then again, my cooldowns will be back. Because they took so long to die. Let me just use it anyway. Although the white mage is still holding, right? That probably wasn't the best idea, but whatever. I don't need to use the cooldown anywhere else anyway. Oh shit, what? Why was that AoE so long on the ground? Or maybe it didn't actually hit me? For a second there it looked like it didn't hit me. Because I had a feeling, like, technically I should have been... That should have been resolved at the point where I actually... got to it? Or got into it, rather. Where the hell are you running? Oh, they're literally not attacking! Oh, never mind, that was a white mage. For a second there I thought that was the bard, and that they were literally just not attacking while they were running. People are still running around with these things for some weird reason. I don't know why people feel the need to run around with these things. That's so weird to me. Like, you have to realize that they don't do anything if they're getting close to you. Oh, of course he runs away. Why? And of course the bard is actually running into a position where... whatever. I should have used Sheltron. I don't get people on this boss, I swear. This has always been the case. Throughout the whole Shadowbringers, the whole of Shadowbringers, was always people not understanding that it doesn't matter whether or not you run away or not with these ads. I don't know how you can't get that. With these ones you have to run a little bit, otherwise you're gonna get hit by two. I don't know if that actually hits me. No, only hit me once. Also, I think it's actually been a while since I saw a party do that little damage on this boss. This is taking ages. Usually the thing is dying pretty much shortly after you get that second, or the second time these ads appear, where one of them, you know, grabs you and the other one is just there. Finally. I can just use my cool. I forgot Confetti Ore again. Shit. I can just use Rampage on these though. Next set of ads is only 4, so. Not ads, mobs actually. Or whatever. God, they take long to die. Wonder what the bard is doing that takes him this long to kill them. That costs us longer than usual, and also somebody is definitely not AoEing. Probably also why these things take ages to die. Why do you give me a regen? What the hell? That's not who I wanted to target. Oh right, I'm on Paladin, so I can Hallow Ground the well, one of the final bosses attack enemies. Not that it really matters. Yes, are they still viewing the cutscene? Not that it matters. Yeah, they're actually doing this for the first time apparently. Interesting. They're also standing like a million miles away. Oh shoot, that was too late. Seriously? I don't know if this is actually... I don't know if we should wipe or if it makes sense to heal them. I don't think I have enough mana for that, to be honest. Not with this anyway. Yeah. Let's just die. Forgot that one? I mean, he literally hit you once, And then another time again, 5 seconds later. I don't... I've never actually seen somebody die to that, I think. I mean, well, at some point, probably? But to literally stand in 2 raging slices back-to-back? That's quite the achievement, I would say. Ah, shit, I shouldn't have sprinted before the area change. Oh, whatever. At least the healer's DPSing. I mean, the healer's probably... Well, I can't really tell, obviously. I'm on PS4. But, I think the healer's probably the best one out of the 3 party members. Either the bard is so bad, or one of them, rather, is so bad that the other one being good doesn't really do anything against their bad DPS, or they're both not really that good. Though then again, now that I'm looking at it, I think I actually know the monk. Where's the monk anyway? I think the monk might not be so bad. I think they actually helped us at some point during raid. I might be misremembering that, but yeah. If that's the case, I think the bard is not really doing damage. I don't know. But anyway, it's always really hard to tell. And it doesn't really matter anyway. I mean, I don't really care. It's just... That was definitely the right direction for the wings this time. Please don't get hit by that again. Enough. Fucking hell. Forgot my freaking Confidio again. Now I'm the bad player. Did they actually... never mind. What did I say before? So they actually cast Medica and Medica 2 there. Oh, I hate this. Well, then again... I don't know. I don't think I've ever raided with a monk that wouldn't try to hold up time there. I love that you can just invuln that on a paladin. Not that I really needed to anyways, because I was in my magic phase. Probably shouldn't have done that, by the way, because that appears like a second time later on. Probably should have kept my invuln for that. Whatever. I mean, then again, I think most people might also be lagging right now, so that might also be why... Why does it take ages for him to get back here? Well, now I need to go here. That probably wasn't the best idea either. It was all rather unfortunate. Well, I mean, at least he's limit breaking early. and not waiting the whole fight just because limit break's already filled. What? I was hit by that? Sure. I don't know. Let's see, that's why you can't really blame the white mage. Because if everybody's lagging like me, there is some weird stuff going on here and there, so... Oh. I wanted to look at Discord real quick. Just so that I don't miss any important updates. Okay. So that's level 88 already, meaning that I can just do trials. You know what? That's actually a bit of a shame that the servers are so laggy tonight, because I actually would have liked to level Paladin all the way to 90 today, right? Because I have the time now, right? We're not raiding. But it's not really fun playing with this kind of lag. Even though it's not really impacting your ability to play, but it's just not fun. That's the problem, right? It's just... I don't know. The most fun parts about Final Fantasy's gameplay to me are if you pull off some really cool stuff, right? So for example, right there in Hero's Gauntlet, in the dungeon, you can pull off some pretty cool moves with your gap closer on tank in that fight to hold uptime, which obviously doesn't matter at all, but it's fun, right? It's just fun to try that, but because in a dungeon scenario, especially as a tank, nothing can really hurt you, right? It's pretty much impossible for you to die. So... because of that, oh, fuck's sake. Because of that, it's fun to just try out different things, right? Try out holding uptime, try out to do some cool stuff with your gap closer, especially on that first boss with the marcus and stuff. It's just really, really fun to, you know,
let the rebels begin!
Let the rebels begin! Still best try boss. Yeah, it's just fun to do that. And it's kind of a shame when the game's laggy that, you know, it's just... that doesn't really work half the time. And sort of lessens the enjoyment, especially of these, I guess, easier content a bit. Wait, when do you actually unlock Retroscat? You don't have a magic phase on 63? I thought you already had that on 60. I guess you don't. Are that his auto attacks that do that much damage, or... I don't know.
The seas part for we alone!
Why do I not have my gap closer? I don't really remember when he actually does his sort of
The seas part for we
stronger auto
alone.
attack or whatever he has. Why am I... What the fuck? Why am I constantly getting hit by that? I don't even have my wings. That's boring. Seriously? Wait, what? I stood in that?
The
That's an
seas
actual
part for
annoying
we alone.
paralyzed. Hey, they notice that they have to run back to the boss. Very cool.
How our hearts sing in the chaos.
Yeah, I'll let the other tank do it, and I'll grab the...
Wild and pure
And forever free! Still the best voice acting. It's such cool voice acting during this trial. Are you kidding me? These bubbles take like a million years to appear. Oh. Ah, he wanted to let the... Alright, cool. Oh, the tank is grabbing them.
rejoice.
Rejoice! I mean, you might need to heal that. But
Resilient souls, I salute you.
just don't heal. But again, I don't know how much problems everybody has with the service right now, so might also be attributed to
Earth
that,
and
to be
stone
honest.
at our beck and call.
Wasn't it always this one? The one at the bottom of the enemy list? Which is still really surprising to me that for some reason during this trial it was always the bottom of the enemy list. But then again, I think it's because the ads that are spawning, they always have the same sort of what's it called? The same order in which they spawn, so they always appear like that on the enemy list. But
The seas part for we alone.
but they can, for some reason, the enemy list can. Holy shit! That was laggy. The enemy list can work in a way where, for some reason, it's like it sometimes weirdly mixes the spawning ads with the boss that's already there. Right, so even though it's always the bottom stone thingy where the person's captured in, it might be that it might actually be that the boss is sort of in between those. And that happens on a couple of fights, which is
'Twas
annoying,
a
to
memorable
say the
dance
least.
indeed.
'Twas a memorable dance indeed. Yes, it was. God, I love his voice acting. Well, for me personally, it's also one of the most memorable trials because it's the first hard content that I ever did in this game, right? I think I spoke about that before. I started in Heavensward, or towards the end of Heavensward, after patch 3.5 actually, I think. and or shortly after patch 3.5, something like that. And I when Stormblood released, I pretty much immediately played through everything and then started with actual hard content. And Susano Extreme was the first like actual extreme fight I ever did. Technically not, because I also did I was one of the fools who actually queued for Ultima Weapon Extreme. It's not called Extreme. What's it called? Heroes Ballad Ultima's Domain or something. And I also did Titan Extreme, Garuda Extreme, Leviathan Extreme. I tried to do Mogul Extreme. I don't know if I killed it. I think I actually did at some point. But yeah, I did those while I was still on level, right? So, because it was just, I didn't know any better, right? So I just queued for them as soon as I unlocked them. I didn't kill all of them. I think Shiva, for example, I didn't kill, because that was actually pretty hard to do. Even back then, because it was synced, right? And synced Shiva is, even the level 50 variant isn't that easy. Especially if you get queued in there with like 4 or 5 completely new people, like 4 or 5 sprouts, right? But yeah, the actual endgame content from new content that got released while I was playing, right? Susano was actually the first trial that I ever did. And I was pretty proud of myself back then. Killed it pretty fast. I think I went into PF and killed it like in the second lockout or something. And oh, that's a robot then. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I have like a really soft spot for the Susano fight. It's just a cool fight in general. It was a really fun fight. It also was. It just has this really cool voice acting and everything going on, right? Just a lot of fun. It's a tank buster, right? Oh, wait a second, did they change that? I thought I was gonna get hit by that. Holy shit. Is that the raid wire? I don't know if I should get the ad when it spawns. Ooh. Now the main tank's getting it. Alright, the boss is untargetable anyway. Well, then it's fine. That's the area around him, right? Ooh, that was close. These missiles are annoying as fuck with the lag that's currently going on. Holy shit. They stop and go. Oh, of course you would do that wrong. Now it's Deadly Lumo. Yeah. I don't know when the knockback actually... I think now? Yes. Why did I forget my magic face again? Sometimes I don't really get what I'm doing here. Why are you not standing in a frickin' circle? Yeah. Let me just quickly heal you guys. I don't actually want to wipe here. Can we please kill the ad? How can people... Yeah, you did notice that we were standing over there, right? Let me just grab these. So that the other tank doesn't have to do everything. I mean, there's literally nobody alive! Can you guys please heal? What the... You have 5,000 MP! I don't get it. I wasn't taking any damage for like, or almost no damage for like 20 seconds. I don't know, however long the fuck. Seriously? Why are DPS always the ones leaving in these kinds of situations? What? Aren't you the one? Like, it literally takes longer for you to find a next, like, normal raid roulette than to just do this again. I don't get it. Whatever. We don't have to wait long. I don't know what the people were doing there, though. I have to say that was weird. I mean, it's fine if you don't know the fight, but I don't know. I don't know. The weirdest people to me are still the ones that write and say chat rather than party chat. On level 70. Like, at some point, wouldn't you realize that everybody else's text looks different to yours? And wouldn't you say, oh, wait a second, why does their text look different? How do I do that? I don't know. Oh shit, it's still laggy as fuck though. Well, that was a bit late. Whatever. I hate not being able to double weave. Why? How is that so impossible to understand? I don't get it. Shit. I need to take off my tank stance. I don't know what I'm doing here either. Gonna really stuff things with my rotation. Ah shit, I should have reprisal that. My bad. Of course people run into those. Why are people running to them if they don't have a clue what they're doing anyway? And if you know that there are people who know what they're doing in the fight, I wouldn't bother with them. Oh, I think I haven't seen this one for a long time. I think. Or am I misremembering that? That's just a great white right now. Where the hell did the red mage get the... Can we please decide where to run? How dumb are you guys? How can you stand in one and then not run to the next? Oh, I hate these. Like, why? Oh shit. Let me heal you. Just want to be sure. Other ad is still there anyway. Well, that was scuffed. Holy shit. Alright, I have my... I don't know, people literally stand in the first thing, right? But then they don't run to the next. I don't know, I think it was the red mage or something that just didn't run to where we were standing for some weird reason. Should have probably used intervention a couple more times. Whatever. And the tank should technically be fine, although I think he also doesn't really remember a lot of things about this fight. I mean, it's been like a million years since I've seen these phases, right? Because usually the fight is long dead by this point. And then again, it's also fun doing these. Like this is... How? What the fuck? Was that on accident? I guess they wanted to tell them that they should do the limit break? I don't know, with a group like this, I would have kept it for healers. Oop. I was too late on that. Well, yeah, I was. Magic face for the win. please go into these things. It's not that hard. Like, I don't know what people's deal is. You see other people running into these things, and you just stand there doing absolutely nothing. Like, why? I don't know, right? I mean, nothing against people that are completely new to these fights. I was a dumbass at some point as well, but not on level 70, and also, like, if everybody else is running into these green circles, by the way, that already appear in the level 50 alliance raid and boss Circus Tower, for example, and you see everybody else running into them, and they change how they look while somebody's in them, and they look different while nobody's in them. Why wouldn't you run into them? I don't know. That's just... I mean, I like fights like that when you're struggling. Although I would have been, you know, not very amused had we wiped again at that point. I like fights like that when you're struggling. It's just... sometimes I wonder what goes through people's minds. I mean, I made those mistakes as well. But I made those mistakes in, like, Sastasha or Temtara Deepcroft, right? Or, well, I don't know, if I was running, like, a Heavensward endgame dungeon for the first time, alright, maybe I would have made some mistakes. I mean, it's fine if people die, right? Obviously, you would never know that once he spawns Daddy Luma, that he does a knockback immediately after, right? If you don't know that, you can easily get hit into the wall. I'm not talking about things like that. That can happen, right? That's just... I mean... if you don't know, you don't know, obviously. But other things, right? If everybody else is running into these green things and they take like 10 seconds to explode, why would you do that? I don't know. It's, 1 second. What is this? There's some, like, oily patch on my desk. Where did that come from? Weird. Didn't have anything with oil on my desk. Especially not in the last couple of days. Huh. I hope that's not a cable or something doing weird stuff. I don't... Couldn't be, really. No, 1 second. Ta-da. Let me see. I wanted to, yeah, I was, for a second there I was really confused what I actually wanted to do. I want to continue the freaking goal quest. It's kind of a shame that the Materia 7 isn't worth anything anymore. Like, it's fine if it's not worth a lot, but it's literally, people are selling it at the price on the market board where they could also just sell it to an NPC, right? Or maybe even below that, so... Alright, a pact proven. The Elder Sitsia has grown strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to Stillglade Fane at once. Stillglade Fane... What's with these names again? I don't remember these location names. Ah, okay. Stillglade Fane. I also wish they would have at some point combined the old cities into one area as well, but that would probably be a ton of work, because you probably have to shift everything like manually, or maybe not manually entirely, but certainly there would be a lot of things required to make it work and to make sure that still, you know, that there is no bugs and stuff like that, so probably really wouldn't be worth it. Especially if, you know, most people today are on SSDs and they don't really have long loading times anyway. It doesn't really matter all that much. Elder Sitsia, it fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I am gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. And lest you wonder, know that the conjurers found no trace of the poison in my humors. If you are ready, I would resume our search for Gleipnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. 'Tis one thing to engage in conversation, quite another to go gallivanting about the 12-sword hunting a blasphemy. I am aware you are a conjurer of surpassing skill and would not presume to gainsay your judgment, but have my wounds not healed? Those visible to the naked eye, perhaps. I worry that the strain of your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways we may struggle to perceive. The Great One is a being of purest ether, and you were exposed to its unbridled despair, its raw terror. There may be consequences. I am aware of that, but Gleipnir must be stopped. Until the blasphemy is laid low, people will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duties cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and its people from this despair? 'Tis your duties that demand you remain. I understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, if your guiding light you bear were to fade, then all Gridania would be lost. Rest, Kane. Rest and gather your strength, so that when the time comes, you are fit to do what must be done. In the meantime, trust in your allies. You are right. That said, I see no reason I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, conversation is quite unlike gallivanting about on a hunt. Our encounter with Gleipnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only with the Great One's power can we achieve victory. When the 7th Umbral Calamity was nigh, the Great One committed a potion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth, a portion, the Ermin Hedge. Thus was the 12-sword spared the worst. Really? Okay. If we could convince it to again lend us even a small measure of their power, we would not need fear the poison. I don't... A lot of what has been said about the... like the protector of the forest, Great One, whatever, A lot of that was during A Realm Reborn, I think. Probably some side quests as well here, or with the Conjurer's Guild. I feel like they explained some of this, but it does seem rather strange that from everything that we now know, isn't this also kind of a, well, not really a primal, but certainly, I don't know if we have more information about this, actually. Probably have to recut a couple of things as well. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placating the elementals, that we might earn their favor. That's actually a part of the game that isn't really focused on all too much, right? The Setsias and, like, Rodania in general? The quieting worked before, it may again. It's almost weird that you're not doing this as a healer. Why is this the tank role quest specifically? Guess you're supposed to be like a protector for Kane-sama? Ah, of course. You are the inheritor of Atoa's will. Ryo and Arun praised the wisdom and bravery you displayed that day. Indeed, we were very nearly overrun by the creatures the Great One called to its defense. But this time is different. The Great One quakes with such fear that it cannot even bear to behold its enemy, let alone fight it. And so we must first find a way to dispel this fear that binds it and reassure it that together we can defeat Gleipnir. Only then will it hearken to our words. I think, too, that we must gain a greater understanding of what drives Gleipnir. It seems to bear resentment towards the elementals, the Great One in particular. Why? You think that the boy that was with Kane, maybe he, I don't know, maybe at some point he realized or he thought that Kane actually wasn't so fond of her duties? And maybe he resented the Great One for, like, taking her? Sort of? I have pondered this question myself. Lingering memories of the person Gleipnir once was may be responsible. Reports from Ratzat Han suggest this is likely the case, in fact. If we could but ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy, but where are we even to begin our investigation? You were granted a vision of Gleipnir's past, and I was there? Then I may know who he is. Or was. As do I. The boy who trained alongside Kane in her youth. Ea Sura Supin. After all these years, is this what became of him? Suri Supin? Ah, you mentioned him briefly before. Were you close? Easura was Pajali, like me, but he had never known his parents and devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role the forest had bestowed upon him, and truth be told, was a much better student than I ever was. A fair assessment. Despite your esteemed heritage, you never took to my lessons as well as he, never dreaming of the outside world. You know what's sort of weird about this, right, is that Isumiyan just looks young. I mean, I get that he doesn't really age, I think. Although I guess Kane did. Kane Senna seems like way older, right? If you look at her and you would have to guess her age, I would say she's like maybe 42 or something, right? Somewhere around that, maybe 38, mid-30s, late 30s, something, right? Whereas he looks like somewhere between, I don't know, 16 and 20, maybe. I mean, I know that age, in this case, obviously they live a lot longer, I think, if I remember correctly. It's just weird to think about Kane training under him. Right? Stealing off into the woods more times than I can count. I could not keep watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. The elder seats here, a rebellious spirit. You can scarce imagine it. I resented being a Pajal. It was inconceivable to me that I could not live among the others. I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Esumiyan at every opportunity. Yasura was a pillar of constant support. It was thanks to his encouragement that I at last embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become seedseers together, I believed, until one fateful day when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Esumiyan's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land who told us his beloved was with child, and that he had traveled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the Guardian Tree. However, entry into such sacred places was not ours to permit. There was something odd about his demeanor besides. With regret I refused him, but Easura was loath to turn away a goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man despite my protestations. I ran to Esumiyan as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the Guardian Tree. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage. Next to him was Easura, alive but unconscious. In time, he recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory, and as he had knelt to make false supplications, he lunged forward to tear a branch from the Guardian Tree. He was yet a child, and Easura had no inkling of the darkness that could dwell within men's hearts. He learned the lesson that day. The price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped Easura of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pajal. I was forced to expel him from the fane. That can happen? I never saw him again, nor heard a word of what had become of him, though not for lack of trying. Despite his hardships, did he remain in the 12th all this time, I wonder? He dreamed of naught else but becoming Seedseer, of a life in service to the people in the forest. He knew the weight of the responsibility and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved. And yet, he did not lose that will to serve, I suspect, and instead resolved to watch over the 12th in his own way. I shudder to think what could have hastened his transformation into Gleipnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. So my previous assumption was wrong then. Maybe he tries to protect the forest? Maybe he resents people that don't really respect the elementals or nature in general? Or felt like society in general didn't really respect it and therefore became sort of, filled with dark emotions? I feel like that's a bit of a... that explanation would be a bit too... how can I put this? A bit too easy, almost? I feel like there's more to it. In our final conversation, Yasura confided in me that he would search for a means to calm the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he said that he would seek the counsel of the Mughals. They've called the 12th home for far longer than we have, and so none are more like to have knowledge of its most hidden workings. That comes as no surprise. He would not give up so easily on his dream. Even if the Mughals know naught of Easura, they may be able to help us in other ways. Will you travel to the Bramble Patch in my stead? I have faith they will accept you with their characteristic aplomb. Right? I mean, it just feels like there is more to it still. I shall remain with the Elder Sitsia. Though I would gladly join you in battle against all manner of fearsome foes, I think myself ill-equipped to contend with Mughal mischievousness. I know you are a storied veteran of such mighty struggles. I am indeed. I actually, fought Good King Muggle a couple of times. More times than I am willing to admit. The Bramble Patch, that's near Hawthorne's hut, right? I think? Yes, in fact it is. Nah, let's just teleport there. No! Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. I wonder what the Mughals would be able to help us with, though. Why is somebody crafting here? I guess that's a... Oh, I like outfits like that. That looks really good. Could also be a Tsetsia, right? With the horns? Different horns, though. Good King Mogulmog, I have need of your expertise. I guess. Whisker Wall Kuptikoop, what are you doing here? In Pukwa Pika? Kupo? Huh? Quite a peculiar face you have, Kupo. Familiar, too. You wouldn't be the selfsame warrior who gave the legendary Moggle's Guard what for, would you? What for, would you? Aha! It's an honor to meet you. Allow me to thank you personally for bringing that silliness to an end. Pukwa Pika's the name. What brings you to our neck of the 12th wood? God, I love the sounds that they make. Why, what a pleasant coincidence! We were just discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals, Kupo. That blasphemy with the dreadful horns has got them on edge, and for good reason. I've had to ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you haven't noticed, the beast's corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say, we've all got to stand up and put the 12th wood to rights. Ryo suggested that the Mughals contribute by scouring the forest for even the smallest signs of taint. Got to cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know. Difficult and time-consuming work, but if it's in service of the forest, then we'll do it gladly, Kupo. Hey, I know you! You're the adventurer who gave me some of my finest scars! Kuptikoop of the Moggle's Guard. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King Kupo bit, I hope? Not going to call for a rematch either, in case you're worried about that. Ryo and the others cured us of our tempering, and afterwards set us down for a stern lecture. I would have liked to have been there. No more calling upon good King Mogulmog the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendor. Indeed, and what better way to make up for past indiscretions than to serve the realm? Even now, our kin scour every ilm of the 12th wood, and we would be remiss not to do our part. Seriously, I don't know how you cannot like the Mughals. Like, what kind of bad person are you if you don't like Mughals? Even if you, like... I mean, I know that they do, like, all kinds of shenanigans, and they put you through, like, 50 side quests in Heavensward, but, I don't know. I can't I can't not like them. We would be overjoyed to have heroes such as you helping us as well, if you're willing. Something tells me you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. Can we count on you, Kupo? Of course, Kupo. Your reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground, that we may survey the area and locate any particularly nasty spots of blight. Where's higher ground here, though? Wait. Wait a second. Have we had that before? I'm actually surprised by this. Have we ever had an instance where an NPC would let us talk to them in the air while we're still mounted? I actually don't remember that ever being the case, to be completely honest. Interesting, huh? Oh, you were able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving you behind, but it's so easy to forget that your kind lacks wings, Kupo. Now then, where is it? There, to the south. Let us cleanse that festering taint at once. God, they're so cute. Corrupted soul. Let's get it then. I actually have a feeling that the servers are getting better again. That was some fine work, Kupo. I dare say it's in even better shape than it was before. The others are doubtless flittering about, stamping out corruption wheresoever it rears its hideous head. If I were the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts. Well, insofar as such a being without hands can clap, I suppose. How goes the taint cleansing, Kupti-Koop? Oh, that's... How goes the taint cleansing? I did what I could, but I swear, as soon as I finished with one area, two more started manifesting a fresh taint. The force's ability to heal itself was waning, and the sickness is spreading too fast for even a legion of moguls to manage. If we don't come up with a better solution soon. The situation is more grave than we imagined, Kupo. Oh, what do we do? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless, but since there are only so many of us, we must also help the forest to remember how to help itself. A brilliant idea, I think. How do we go about doing that? Well, I was just getting to the part, Kupo. I've got it! We perform the friending! What the fuck is that? The friending? What in the name of good King Mogulmog XII, may he shower us with love and compassion and coconuts, is that? Truth be told, I couldn't remember the ancient ride's name, so I just made something up on the spot, Kupo. But let's forget about that for now and move on to the stuff I do remember. Okay, sure. It's an old ceremony, first performed by the nation of Gridania, was but a spark of an idea of a random thought in its founders' heads. They knew that if they were to establish a home within the Twelfth Wood, that they would first have to entreat the elementals for permission. So a mage and their company found and cleansed a few sources of foul ether, planting saplings in their place and consecrated the soil with a prayer to show the forest the purity of their intentions. The elementals were so taken with his display that not only did they permit his people to settle within the forest, they also bestowed upon him their blessing as proof of their new covenant, Kupo. Ah, I remember now. The Gridanians still honor the agreement to this day. For every tree that is cut down, a sapling is planted. So, if we follow history's example, we can soothe the forest's pain and also nourish it with new life. That's right, Kupo. So what exactly are we doing? Planting trees? Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted those sacred saplings? He was none other than Jorin, sire of Iohokpota, the very first Pajal. From that day forward, the elementals would bless a select few hewers with horns, favoring them with their fellowship. The Pajal were excited by all the peoples of the Twelveswood. Even we Mughals look upon them with awe. And that's how it all began. Something wrong, Kupo? You have a strange look on your face. Glypnia's poison is particularly deadly against cures. Yeah, something about Glypnia. Has to do with the forest. How dreadful, Kupo. But what exactly are you saying? So the man you think may have become Glypnir was a Pajal stripped of his blessing, and the blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms that resemble those of the creeping death. I feel sorry for this Easura. To love the elementals only to be shunned by them, to be surrounded by the beauty of the Twelveswood and know that he was forever an outsider? All for a child's mistake? That despair could easily have caused him to turn, and this poison that preys upon those who bear the Twelveswood's blessing, the hewers, just like the creeping death once did, might be another manifestation of that despair. That would explain the elementals' unease, Kupo. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings, or they might never speak to us again. Indeed. Well, first things first. We must gather as many saplings as we can, wait for us at the Adder's Nest, and make ready for a long and back-breaking day. Oh god. What have I done? What have I gotten myself into? I don't know. For some reason this feels a bit... weird, right? Still feels like there's more to this. It doesn't really explain... Like, it might be... it might explain what Glypnia's source is, or origin is, right? He... came to be because Kane's friend resented the elementals. I guess that's maybe why he wanted to attack the tree, though. So maybe that's his motive? He actually wants to spread despair in the forest to take revenge on the elementals? That might actually be it, right? The problem that I have with this story is that I don't really remember everything about the elementals and about how Gridania came to be and the Pajal and everything. I mean, I know, you know, everything that they just talked about, I do know, right? It's just that, I don't know, I guess the finer details are sort of lost on me here. I just have a feeling that I'm not really completely able to really get behind this whole thing for some reason. Yeah, this one again. This wasn't really worth much, right? Unfortunate. Probably should get a Stormblood one the next time. Welcome back. Did the Mughals have any insight into our problems? A reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Gridania. A fitting plan given the gravity of the threat our nation now faces. As ever, there is much work to be done before we can even begin. While the Mughals gather saplings, we shall continue to scour the Twelfthwood for new beasts that must be purged. Let us pray that the Elder Seedseer regains her strength quickly as well. For now, take a rest, my friend. 'Tis a rare indulgence these days, and one you've earned 1,000 times over. Yeah, I mean... Oh, sorry, I have to... I hate it when my ear is itching while I'm wearing headphones. I don't really know what to make of this quest. It's a lot more vague, I feel like, than the other two that I've done. I mean, that's also because Kane and Gridania in general, I don't know, were always more of a... how can I put this? They were never really at the forefront of anything in particular, I feel like. They have a lot of history. A lot of history that has been touched upon as well. And there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of quests that start here and have something to do and interact somehow with all of this, right? And there's also obviously the history with Adamigo as well. And the war that they actually fought. I don't know, but especially, I mean, I know that I mean, obviously the job quest, like the Conjurer / White Mage job quest, tells you a lot about the Pajal. And there are other quests as well that have a lot to do with that. But at the same time, I feel like I'm not really that much connected with this particular thing that I was with the other two stories, because the other two stories had events in them that we went through, right? That were connected to things that either, well, in one case happened in Stormblood with Orford, obviously, and in the other case happened in Heavensward. Whereas this one, well, it has to do partly with things from A Realm Reborn, right? Especially now with the Mughals and stuff. But I do feel like there is, I don't know, I would almost say a lot more sort of background knowledge that you need to know for this thing in particular compared to the other quests. I wish I had the lore books already. They're doing a reprint of them, right? And when did they start the pre-orders? That was last year in like June or something. I actually pre-ordered them right away. I think they're supposed to be delivered sometime around February. I do wonder if they're actually going to make that, right? I mean, if that actually is when they get re-released. I think it said February 2022 for the reprint release. Well, we'll see. I'm definitely looking forward to look into those as well. Well, so now I could... Yeah, but just as I said, with the servers being the way they are right now, I don't know if I really want to level the Paladin. I mean, how many dungeons would that be? Probably like 4 or 5 dungeon runs to level 90. It's not too much. But on the other hand, it doesn't really need to be right now. I think I am going to run an expert roulette on my black mage to finish the day, since we're not raiding right now. So usually we would be starting raid right now for 3 hours, but hopefully that'll be tomorrow, so that we can get through P3S. And while I'm waiting for the expert roulette, I'm going to do the pixie quests on my warrior. To get the warrior to 81 as well. Oh, wait a second. Before I do that, I should probably switch out the earrings, at least for this one level. These ones, right? The average wait time for the expert roulette only seems to be 5 minutes. Why would you name your character Goosebutt? Check. Poetics. Yeah, I mean, technically, I don't really need to run an expert roulette, but it's still nice, right? You can get a little bit of materia out of it, and you can get the other tomestones, which might be worth money if you're buying materials and reselling them. So... yeah. The expert roulette is probably going to be the last thing that I'll do for tonight then. I don't know, I don't really want to level Paladin now. It would be, you know, in a way it would be great to finish off the job quest right now. Not the job quest, the role quest. Wouldn't be such a big deal, right? I could just do it in between while I'm leveling, but yeah, with the servers being the way they are, and a whole lot of raiding next week, because we'll be raiding from Monday to Thursday every day. There's still a lot of other stuff that I need to do tomorrow anyway, so I think I'm just gonna chill tonight and actually not continue to play Final Fantasy for now. And again, it's just... It's a little bit unfortunate with the servers being a bit unresponsive today. It's really not that bad, but it's just bad enough that it sort of, you know, ruins your fun a little bit during normal gameplay. Wait, where the hell am I supposed to go? Which, you know, for raiding you deal with it, because the raid is the interesting bit. But... this one? I never remember where this thing actually... here it is, right? Even though it's on the map, but it's really, really hard to see from the outside. So, I guess we'll see. I could continue with the Rolequests tomorrow, probably, before raid. That might be a good idea. Either level Paladin to 91st, or maybe it actually makes more sense to just do the dailies on Paladin. Level to 90 that way, and finish that role quest first before probably continuing with the DPS one. Although then again, I'll probably do Alliance Raid on DPS again, just because that's mostly where the bonus is. Alliance Raid mostly has a DPS bonus, and with that I would definitely reach the next level as well. Alright, that's without gauge now. These are always fairly quick, though it's a lot to... Well, I mean, technically it could have also teleported to the other location. But... it's just a bit of flying around through the zone. That's also a cute name. Mademoiselle Pomme. Okay. I guess I'll teleport back to my house, just do the expert roulette, and then that's gonna be it for today. Always when you teleport. Every single time. Either it stops you from teleporting, or you have to wait a shit ton until the loading's actually finished for you to join. Can you please load in? I also still need to change my job. Alright. Oh, it worked. Chicken tenders. God, the music's good in this. One, two, three. Flare, flare, mana font, flare. Back to ice. And use these stacks. Guess the Reaper also did a lot of damage. That was very, very quick. I should probably just sprint as well. I still need to actually count my high fire 2s when I'm doing this. I don't know, for some reason that's just a bit weird to me that you need to do 3 and then 2 flares. It's a bit unintuitive. Otherwise, Black Mage is really, really fun on 90 now, though. I mean, it was before, right? It's basically the same as Black Mage was before, just even better. Definitely need to try that out at some point. Like, try Black Mage and Savage, I mean. Obviously, I'm already trying it. Nice, the forward ones. Where the hell are you running? Oh. Thought for a second that was the Reaper. Did I stand in the frickin' fire for too long, or why did I have so many... Oh, whoops. Wait. I wasn't in that stack? Seriously? Sure. One thing that I hate about this are these weird missiles. Not that they're much of a problem, it's just the weird. I don't know how they work exactly anyway. Can you just stand at one corner of the room and wait for them to get to you? And then they'll explode because they've taken such a long tour to get to you? Or like, how exactly does that work? This is kind of nuts that you can just do that. We just did that. Sometimes I forget that I have the paradox cast in ice. Obviously that's a ton of damage as well, because it's still a flat 500 potency, right? It's also kind of nuts. What the fuck was that? I should probably just go after my what's it called? My MP bar. That's the word that I was looking for. For a second there, my brain was really dead. Yeah, my MP bar. Because I could just, you know, every time I'm at 7,000 MP in my AoE combo, I could just do that. Definitely have more than enough insta-casts for this. Although I should have sharp casted. Whatever. Why the fuck did that not... doing this thing now, yeah. 3. Now I have too many insta-casts again. Seriously? Did I just overwrite my freaking... I think I did. I should probably not sharpcast. I should probably not sharpcast right after the dot expires, or rather right after I recast it. I don't know. That's one thing that I definitely still need to get behind in terms of the new Black Mage. There's just a bunch of things that you just have so much, right? You have so much. You pretty much need to constantly be sharpcasting. You have so many procs and stuff that you need to keep an eye out for those as well, that you don't overwrite your polyglot stacks, especially since there's yet another cooldown that actually gives you 1 stack. So it's kind of nuts, the amount of things that you have at your disposal. See, you can't even really get through all of your fire stuff, since these things are dead until I get to those. Which is a bit nuts, all things considered, how fast these things die. Then again, it's also the other people in the party, obviously. They know what they're doing. I hate this pull. Because of their weird hitboxes. What? Didn't I? What? Weird. I thought I... Shouldn't I... I don't know. I think I should have been able to cast 2 flares there, but for some reason I kind of didn't, or maybe I did, and I just didn't pay enough attention. That's weird. And again, I forgot my sharp cast. It's also very nice that you don't actually have to have a polyglot stack anymore. Not that you'd ever run out of those, but you can just start with your instant paradox cast in this case. Well, that's not awkward at all. I think they have to be so far away? Like, seriously. Oh. Now we need to be outside anyway. I don't know why I swift casted that. I just wanted to. Well, I'll probably have to run out anyway, right? Yeah. Wait, I thought I sharp casted. Whatever. Let's just do it now then. Holy shit, that was quick. Give the Reaper my commendation. That was really, really quick to kill it before the second mind hack. Definitely my fastest run of this so far. That was really, really fun. Okay. Well, that was very, very fun. I really, really like. I'm looking forward to at some point actually doing something on Black Mage. With that, I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be Savage Rites necessarily, but maybe even just extremes or something would be really, really nice. Alright, let's desynth this stuff. Probably want to clean up my inventory as well a little bit. But yeah. Well, I mean, no raid tonight. It's a bit unfortunate. Hopefully we'll be able to get that in tomorrow. I mean, I definitely want to get that in tomorrow. I want to kill that damn bird. It's actually more about killing the bird rather than starting with P4, because P4 is going to take another week anyway, right? But I want to kill the bird before reset. That would be really, really cool. Oh yeah, that's good music. Let me grab like a cool background here. I definitely need to decorate more parts of my house. Let's see. It's actually the coolest perspective on this. Midgard's armor is in the way again. I don't know, maybe something like this. Well, looks nice, doesn't it? Alright. So, that's gonna be it for now. I will definitely be streaming Raid tomorrow, unless there's... well, hopefully there's nothing getting in between us and Raid tomorrow, but I'm gonna be streaming that. It depends on what I need to do before. I definitely have some IRL stuff to do tomorrow, and some planning as well for the week and for other stuff. So I don't know how much time I will have tomorrow before the raid. So either I'm going to continue the Rolequests and do the dailies tomorrow before raid and stream that as well, and then do the raid, or it's only going to be the raid. I don't know yet. But that's the plan anyway. I want to finish with the tank role quest. That's going to be my third one, and then obviously I started the DPS role quest, so that's also going to be on the menu, not for tomorrow probably. But I want to continue that as soon as possible, and then I can just get into normal leveling and stuff if I want to. That's going to be interesting. And then I also still have to do some crafting stuff. I don't know when I'll get around to that though. But again, that's also why I want to do some planning. I definitely want to. I said that last time, I think. Definitely want to take a look at a bit more planning for stream, and also maybe actually play something else besides 14. I mean, I definitely want to play 14. It's a lot of fun, but it's not always the best game to stream, I feel like. It's just, you don't have that much to talk about, and while the role quests are interesting and cool, they're not, that was basically 2 quests, right, over the course of 4 hours, because there was also just a bunch of dailies in between as well. So, we'll see, I guess. But, again, no matter whether or not I'm doing the role quest or not, there's definitely going to be a stream tomorrow. And, well, until then, I hope you have a great time. I hope you're looking forward to the raid as well, or maybe if you played yourself through Savage, maybe you even already killed people. Who knows, right? A lot of people have killed it by now. Because we have Sunday, and obviously groups with more time, or more raid times in general, would have killed it by now. Well, yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you again. Have a great night, day, evening, morning, wherever you are, and until next time. Bye-bye!